Welcome here, everyone. We're excited to be here to kick off another week of the NECC League of Legends action here in the Spring Split. I am excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be your casters for this first series. It's going to be a banger, hopefully, at least, and hopefully we get a lot of fun moving into the latter half of the split. This is where things got to tighten up, and we got to see teams buckle down. RMC, are you ready?
Well, you ask me that question every week, and every week the answer changes. And for this week, yes, I am. As you said, it's a good matchup. It's an exciting one. We are in the Challengers East A division with Robert Morris University currently in second place with 3 wins and 1 loss, and right behind them, it is York College of Pennsylvania's Spartan Green. And this team is 2 wins and 1 loss. So they're in third place only because Robert Morris has already played 1 extra game by rescheduling one of their future matches. So in effect, Orbital, this is a battle for second.
And that is the crazy part, because again, in this division, there is a singular team that somehow has toppled the other standings, and I think that is very fair, because now we look at this, and this is one of those matchups that, as you said, it's a battle for second, but it's not I wouldn't say on record it's disparaging, right? Both these teams are technically 2-1. Yes, there was a match played earlier, but they both only have 1 loss to the top-ranked team, so in essence, it should be neck and neck. However, there are a couple players that do stand out to us, or specifically a singular player on a singular top lane island that I think for a lot of us, we're going to be keeping our eye on.
Yeah, and that player is on York College, and we'll get to York College of Pennsylvania's roster later, but we will start with the blue side in Game 1, which will be Robert Morris University, with Dogfish in the top lane, and I believe it's actually going to... I actually don't know if it's Pipsqueak or Ramage Ryan in the jungle, Haint in the mid lane, Noisy Boy as AD carry.
This is going to be a good squad coming out here, hoping to defend kind of their ranking here, their 3-1 record. And, I mean, like we said, it'll be very interesting to watch for. And we will get confirmation as quickly as possible on who that jungle is. On the red side, though, for game number 1, it is going to be York College of Pennsylvania, Spartans Green. As we were talking about, that top laner up there, one that we do want to watch for. It's definitely not Roger. So, definitely not Roger, don't worry. It is Reese in the jungle, Gluten Disaster in the mid lane, 536B79 at ADC, and then Mr. Borealis at support.
Yeah, and the top laner for York Spartans Green, that's the one we were talking about, Orbital, that one player that we're really going to be keeping our eyes on, because definitely not Roger, is definitely Challenger right now. Just hit Challenger yesterday, and just to be clear, Challenger is different. It's not just a certain LP you've got to hit. It's the top 100 players on the server. And if you're top 100, you are literally game warping at a lot of levels. Anything below I'd say Masters level, even at Masters levels, perhaps a challenger can literally warp the game around.
Hmm. That's so scary to think about. And considering that York are bringing back quite a few returning members, Reese inside the jungle is returning from what is, in essence, some of the NECC champions of their own challengers division, especially in the ADC role as well. 536 B79. The only reason that I have a little bit of trouble, I'm looking off to the sky, is because that is actually Sky or Guard Alpha coming back as an ADC. So in primary roles, I would say having three of your remaining five outside of mid, I would say is actually very, very good. So I'm very interested to watch this draft, see how it goes down, and see who comes out on top. Right now, as we said, RMU on that blue side, Robert Morris University, is going to be starting out with that Pantheon ban.
And that Pantheon ban targeted at Definitely Not Roger up there. It's his most played champion so far in solo queue this split. And one thing that I like about Definitely Not Roger's pool is that he does play quite a few semi-globals, things like Pantheon, Twist of Fate. I'm not sure if the Nocturne is top lane, or maybe that's what he plays in the off-flex jungle position, but those are all semi-globals that can impact the lane, and especially when you're the highest ranking player on your team, it's really helpful to be able to not just win your lane, but actually have that pressure to help snowball into other lanes.
And to see already that, hey, we're trying to kind of focus on those kind of encompassing factors. York Spartans have gone ahead and banned away the Thresh in the Azir, so we'll not see either of those. The Vi on the other side, though, targeted at Reese inside of that jungle role. That one's a little bit interesting as well. Just, it's not the most, I would say, premier jungler, but it is one of the top junglers there. So just don't want to give that very important point-and-click CC.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of Vi bans because of sort of the AD carry focus, a lot of mobile AD carries like Kalista, like Lucian, and most recently, we've been seeing Smolder and Jinx rise up in priority, both champions who can really scale to that late game and take over a game if they're not shut down in the early, and Vi has been the counter to that. So seeing that ban come through makes me think Robert Morris might be looking for that sort of Smolder pick.
I mean, it's left open. Why not? It is fully left open as well, as this is Twitch and Senna. And surprisingly enough, I have seen Twitch a little bit. It's not been excessive, obviously, but it does feel like it's very targeted at Noisy Boy, just saying, yo, we know the Twitch can come out. It can cause a lot of hyperscaling issues. So we want to go ahead, just ban that one away. Don't want to deal with it. Let's go with the Trident Shoe meta that is currently available. Robert Morris University got to go ahead and collect their first pick here, and there are plenty, I would say, plenty to choose from.
Yeah, York Spartans Green really targeting very specific champions. Champions that they know the players of Robert Morris play a lot of. Whereas I think Robert Morris's bans, the Pantheon aside, a little bit more versatile champions. I think Senna incredibly strong. Now, as we mentioned, there are picks like Smolder available if you do want to first pick that one. But instead, Orbital, it's a Nautilus, which is interesting to me because I think Nautilus is very strong and very versatile. But I do think there are answers to him. Quite a few, actually. Things like the Leona we see already locked in. Things like Braum.
Oh my gosh.
And okay, yeah, Zach to a lesser extent as well, though that's more like in the team fights. I'm just surprised. It doesn't feel like a prio must pick on B1.
Unless you're sitting there saying the ones that we actually want to focus on is going to be that bot lane, right? Like that would be the only conceivable way that you're actually first picking your support. And not only that, both RMU and York Spartans decided this. Now the Leona, obviously an answer is just like, you don't want to give it away, but there are other ones, right? You could pick that in R3 position. So it is surprising. Right now, Robert Morris University got to sit there and go, okay, now we get counter pick in the jungle. We also have to blind pick something else, maybe an ADC, maybe in that mid lane. We don't really want to do top side because of course we want to try and get as close to that counter pick as possible. For the side of Robert Morris, though, they're taking their sweet, sweet time here. And I mean, when you see, okay, so there we go, that Morgana coming out here, okay. And the Smolder, what we expect, but man, that is this is old school with a little bit of the new school. Nautilus and Morgana on the same team.
Yeah, and that's confusing to me, Orbital, because both of them are generally picked in the support role more than anything else right now. I'm going to be honest, I prefer the Morgana with the Smolder for a much safer laning phase. Even if you put the Morgana mid or jungle, you can still have that shield. I'm just very curious, who's going to be flexing out of role? Is it going to be Morgana or is it going to be Nautilus? And for York Spartans, they decide, you know, I don't care if that Morgana is going mid or not. I will still pick this Nico right now. And you look at what they've drafted already. Leona, Zac, Nico, all really strong AoE engaged champions. I like the core that York Spartans Greens have picked up, but I feel like they need a bit more damage. Nico herself is not going to be able to carry this game.
That's where Gluten Disaster is like, yo, you haven't seen my disaster yet. I wreck games pretty easily. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually being said because we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. But the hyper wombo combo that's being built by York Spartans should be quite scary, and that's why we are seeing that Morgana, which I think Robert Morris were able to understand. Now you start focusing that top side, right? The York and the Garen, both great solo split push carries if you want to leave them on an island alone, so you don't want to let Dogfish have that one. Now, on the same vein, you are banning away that GP, really hard focusing. Rogers saying, okay, what can we not give over to someone that can warp the game around them, still taking away those global ultimates? One more they could have. Hey, you know what? Throw a Karthus in there. I don't know. I really don't think that's going to go top lane at all. But, you know, if you're looking at globals, that might be it. Still, though, the GP, I think, is a very fair ban.
Yeah, maybe a Twisted Fate. Def Not Roger plays that one as well. It is a bit of a carry champion. Now, we are on patch 14.5. I believe it just hit today. So, Twisted Fate did take a pretty significant nerf coming through. I don't know if it's still necessary to ban. Instead, we'll just go with the Aatrox ban. Which, hey, that makes sense, right? We're talking about sort of the AoE wombo combo coming through from York Spartans. Ooh, and the Sivir as well. Yeah, that is a terrifying team comp for team fighting. And you don't want to give them even more team fight pressure. And Aatrox can also split push very effectively. So I like the ban, but York Spartans are holding the counter pick right now to see what Robert Morris are going to throw into that top lane.
Which, I mean, they're fair to do. And already in that notice, if we're talking about Def Not Roger playing kind of that solo style with a global ultimate on top, I love the 4-piece combination that York Spartans have actually built right now, right? You look at the Leona, you look at the Zac, you look at this Nico and the Sivir. All of this can very easily run down a 5-man squad. I think that is a great building piece that York Spartans have built. This is why they're considered one of the strongest here in this Challengers division. Now for Robert Morris University, you gotta figure out a way to kind of counteract this. And I mean, the Morgana and the Nautilus still scream to me that you need a little bit more oomph behind it. A great way to deny engage, though, is that Talia. Obviously, you can't really go for the Poppy. That one's its own little scary counterpart, but it is going to be a lock-in of the Ornn behind. Ooh. So, decent amount of disengage, really helping that late game with the ornaments if you so wish. But this is the problem, of course. The Camille coming out, which can be a bully against the Ornn.
Yeah, a sort of traditional answer into the likes of the Ornn. I believe she did get a mini buff not too long ago. So I like the idea here. And then you think, who's piloting this, right? Not Roger, the guy we were talking about. Camille is one of those champions who can take over a game, especially through that split push threat, the 1v1. RMU don't have an answer to this in Orbital. For RMU right now, they're kind of all in on this Smolder. Talia, really good champion, especially in the early mid game. The Weaver's Wall giving you a lot of map mobility, but not as big a late game carry. So RMU, okay, it's the Morgana support. I like that. And Nautilus jungle. That's interesting because Nautilus jungle clear isn't that fast. So he's got good ganks, but RMU, it's really about that sort of mid to late game. It's really all about Noisy Boy on this Smolder. Get him ahead, get him huge.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, we've seen Nautilus before. I have, and I will be completely honest. I played Nautilus mid in just about every single patch just to see if it works because I love being an absolute, just a horrible mid laner, for as my teammates call it. I really haven't seen it mid lane, but it is in response to the Zac. We have to keep that one in mind in its own kind of vacuum space. I don't think it's horrible. It's just, I feel there are better options into the Zac that you could have gone. I know Sejuani is pretty strong right now in the current meta. I mean, that's a great deterrent. Do you think this Nautilus will provide more good or more bad? Just in kind of that vacuum of jungle essence.
Well, it's certainly a choice. I'll give it that much. I think it has some good synergies on this team, specifically with the Talia, right? You can kind of pop down the minefield with Talia, and Nautilus can actually drag targets through it. So it does a lot of damage. Nautilus' strengths are not removed by the fact that he's in the jungle. Nautilus, you pick him for CC and tankiness, and that jungle income will make him tankier than what we're used to seeing in the support role in the bot side. The drawbacks of this particular jungle pick, as we mentioned, is the fact that you're a slower jungle. Your clear is not going to be as good. Your ganks will be incredibly potent if your lanes have damage. Because Nautilus's base damages aren't terrible. They're actually pretty decent. But his scaling on the damage is not great. So you need your lanes to do the work. And I'm looking at, okay, you've got an Ornn on the top side, Talia in the mid lane, Smolder on the bot side. Maybe the Talia can make this work. But with the Ornn, it gets a little bit dicey. It's kind of, maybe you can capture and lock down the Camille long enough, but the bot side is going to be rather difficult, I think, to gank, especially through a Sivir shield.
That Sivir, I think, was a great pickup there in the R4 role. It was, hey, we kind of know what you're aiming for here. We already see a lot of what you're bringing down. It's obviously a lot of CC. We just need an ADC that can pump out damage but be safe. And obviously the Ezreal at that time isn't really going to bring much. It's going to bring safety, but having that speed up, having that on the hunt to say, hey, we want to go forward or backwards, that Nautilus is going to feel so bad if you watch the entire enemy team just rush away. And I want to get your thoughts here because York College, I think they built up an amazing composition here. That R5 Camille was something that I was not expecting, but I think slots in so well in either team fight or solo split push.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm favoring York's composition a little bit. I really like the bones they built in that sort of first round of picks there, the Leona, the Zac, the Nico. It's just really, really strong team fight. And you already knew that you were playing into the Smolder by the end of that. So Smolder, very short-ranged AD carry, one that you can pick with basically any of those champions. And once you find the Smolder, it gets a lot easier for York to play through. And I think the Sivir, as you mentioned, for all those reasons, especially the Spell Shield, great pickup. They got the counter pick in the top lane. Yeah, I think York Spartans are very happy with what they walked away with. And frankly, I am too.
It's one of those that you look at it on paper and you're just like, you know, one team's currently weighing down that skill pretty heavily and just in general there. So I really, really enjoyed it. Of course, the skill doesn't tell everything. It can tell us maybe the early status of the game, but it really is down to the players to decide who comes out on top. We are into game number 1 of the first series of the evening here at the NECC. We are getting into things with RMU and York College, and I'm excited to see what comes out. Already the battle lines are being drawn. No one's stepping up and being the wiser because, of course, both teams have a lot of CC for invade. At the same time, the damage numbers are kind of
Yeah, a lot of scaling on both of these teams. So usually that means in the early game, not quite so much action.
Is that the double Doran's ring start bot side?
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. We've seen this quite a bit, more with Duran's Blade and Senna specifically, or even Camille's support. We see Duran's items picked up. Now, that got plugged, I think it was 14.4, where they changed the support items so that you don't get catch-up gold. So doing this means that you're looking for aggression early. And that surprises me a lot when you've got the Smolder bot lane, because Smolder doesn't do that much early. So Ramage Ryan is really saying that, hey, I'm going to be the one taking over this lane at the expense of gold income. And if you're not ahead by doing that, you're actually behind because you're slower in the skill.
It's... At least for me, it's something that I'm just sitting there going, man, this is going to be interesting. Like you said, you kind of laid it out that for Ryan, it really is that we got to kind of win, right? Like that is what we got to do. Pipsqueak says, hey, we're going to try and stay ahead. We're going to try and stay in the lead. And if we don't get that by damage numbers, we're actually going to be in a lot of trouble. So this even puts more focus to me. Hey, Pipsqueak, actually, I mistook that. I do apologize. Pipsqueak is actually going to be looking to join in on that bottom side as much as possible. Try and hone in with that Nautilus as quickly as you can to get that Sivir and Leona behind.
Yeah, and we are seeing Pipsqueak start on that top side of the map, so probably looking to eventually go down to that bot side to make some action happen. But for the team's Orbital, your Spartans, I think their focus will actually be more on the top side. Because of not Roger up in that lane, how much he can warp the game. I would love to see some early ganks go through. If he gets rolling, he takes over a game. And for RMU, I'd actually prefer to see focus in the mid lane. When I spoke to the team a little bit, their director of esports, Costa, kind of mentioned as well that Haint is a player who is really, really good. And, you know, that is somebody you can kind of play through. He's also on a Talia where he can get the gold around. Ryan taking a ton of damage here. Can flash to safety.
That was also very, very gutsy by Ryan, right? That was a step up, no black shield, said, hey, I'm just going to throw down the damage, and now you kind of leave yourself exposed. A final boomerang is going to finish it off as both supports trade their lives. However, the kill goes Ryan's way, so honestly, it's a big dub for the side of this Sivir. However, Sivir, one more Q, can do it, and auto attack is going to be enough. Noisy Boy collecting in a kill and assist and a wave to boot.
Okay, first blood going the way of, or actually first blood went the way of York, didn't it?
Yep.
Okay, I was going to say, the Duran's ring paid for itself. Never mind. Still, you get the early kill. That's good. The gank into the mid lane. Good use of the clone from Gluten Disaster.
And I mean, you get the shove down. It's a smart flash out, no boots to kind of speed you up out of it. So far, RMU making some smart moves.
Yeah, we're seeing the action. Oh, it doesn't stop. Pipsqueak.
Yeah, Pipsqueak though getting chunked out, and this is the other side of it, right? You gank the mid lane, now you have to burn flash, and honestly, I would call that a win for York. Pipsqueak, again, you have CC, but you don't have the damage, so you're kind of forced in a situation where you can't do too much. Reese coming out, I would say, the victor, at least in the jungle route. Bot side though, I don't know which one you want to focus on, RNC. There was a decent amount that happened right there.
Yeah, just a lot of action happening right there. Let's talk about the jungle a little bit, because Reese, not only did he win out sort of that jungle trade, and that gets him the scuttle, which is quite a bit of XP as well as vision control for that bot side, that safety for Sky and Mr. Borealis. But we mentioned before, Nautilus slow clear. So the fact that Reese is accelerated is ahead is likely to continue. And unfortunately for Pipsqueak, you didn't find the gank mid. And with the Nautilus jungle, if you can't find those ganks, you will continue to fall further and further behind.
Not just that, you're also sacrificing your clear speed. Take a look at the items that Pipsqueak actually picked up, right? It's aiming for merc treads, which is not clear speed, right? You're not going into any of the armor sets or anything like that. You are quite literally focused on clear camp, probably gank, clear camp, probably gank. And I mean, on the other side, right, Reese is building into that HP, which again, subsequently helps with the clear speed as well. So many little intricacies currently going down that we really got to keep track of. Reese right now, though, first one to gank into this top side, which is understandable, right? Dogfish on this Ornn, wisely backing away extremely far. But with the wave in a bad spot, Roger very happy to hold this wave here.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful about level 6s as well. Once Camille hits level 6, able to lock you down, it makes the ganks so much easier. With the wave pushed up there as well, Roger going to get a significant TS, or experience, pardon me, advantage as well. Now, we did see Pipsqueak kind of clearing up towards the top side, but look where Pipsqueak is on the map once again, in the mid lane, kind of siphoning XP in that from the minion waves and not really in the jungle. So Pipsqueak, unfortunately, still going to feel further and further behind. That CS number is a little bit deceptive when you're splitting experience and when it's not a jungle camp.
Surprisingly enough, though, Reese at the same time said, all right, I can take a little bit of time off from that wave. Instead, I'm actually going to look into those grubs. Go ahead and pick that up for my team. And I think for York, this is the prime reason you're going for it instead of that dragon, right? You have that Camille on the top side. If you get all 5, all of a sudden that Death Knot Roger can just take off and be a monster. But of course, with the help of RMU's mid and bot lane, it is going to be dragon matching timer about 20 seconds afterwards. Pretty nice time.
Yeah, and great collapse in coming through from RMU to go for that dragon. I want to highlight too the fact that as much as we're talking up York's top side, right now RMU's bot side and mid lane have been doing a great job. They're actually up CS a little bit. It's not hugely significant, but remember that Haint has been roaming around, leaving lane to go help this out and to move around, had to split XP with Pipsqueak. And in bot lane, that's Smolder. That's a ticking time bomb. Sure, Sivir is very, very scary when she gets late as well. She actually out damages even the likes of a Jinx in a team fight. But if she's in range of Smolder and it comes down to a 1v1 in the late game orbital, after that sort of 225 stack moment, I'm trusting that Smolder will win out that 1v1. So Smolder, at least in my books, scale better.
That's what we're going to be waiting for, right? Already 47. It's a pretty standard number to watch for. Noisy Boy going to try and be as noisy as possible. And I mean, this is what you expect out of Noisy Boy and Ryan, though, right? You're sitting there saying, we need to see this bot lane really do well. I mean, you opted for the less optimal income anyway, so it feels good. For York, though, are they identifying that Smolder is actually a threat? Or are they banking on the fact that, hey, we have a lockdown in this top side? That's where we got to kind of watch for, right? Where are their intricacies lying? Have they identified those same issues? And if they haven't, what is their game plan at the current moment, though? Lane states currently evening out. Bot side, we are seeing the likes of Sky going ahead. I think got a plate. Yeah, able to pick up a plate for themselves.
Yeah, and for the side of York, I mean, we talk a lot about Nosy Boy doing a lot with this motor and newbie, or not newbie, but newer to the team, not part of that roster that made the NECC Nationals run back in the Emergence Division. But I'm also looking at Ryan, actually, to keep this bot lane safe. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Can't quite find anybody, including Disaster taking a bit of poke for try.
So this is the other side of double tanks in the jungle. They meet, and if the mid laner or any of the laners don't really work together, it's not really going to do anything, right? Like, they're just like, all right, we met each other, and that's kind of it. So That's the other side of it. As much as we're watching them get close together, I mean, unless the mid lane roams around, you're not going to see that much action.
Hey, at least the mid laner saw action. Look at those health bars.
Yeah,
right? Haint and Gluten
that's
Disaster
true.
was so incredibly low,
Oh.
and even now, Haint is just hammering Reese.
Wow. And I say that as Hank gets a freebie under the tower, even got the flash out of Reese. That worked ground as well as that shove. Surprising Reese to heck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Reese too passive got popped and still went down because you were under turret.
Yep.
A little bit painful for York. Will set them behind, and the one who's probably going to regret that most is Gluten Disaster right now. Haint picking up like the kill credit on that one. Nosy Boy though, dancing right at the edge of turret and pumping out the poke right now. You love to see it. Smolder being played early. That's a nice look to have.
And that's what they planned for, right? So far, honestly, you talked about it, the bot and mid lane going well for RMU's side. It's going better and better. And finally, we are seeing what is going to be that first gank on the bot side. Reese looking for a chance, jumps in. That's going to be the binding missing. And instead, no black shield available. So you are just going to try and kill Ryan as quickly as possible. However, you lived for quite a long time. You got the chain off. So Noisy Boy is safe. Perfectly fine to continue. That's... Gluten Disaster tried to have a bit of fun, but when you watch a Nico turn into, I think it was a caster minion, I don't think Noisy Boy was ever so close to being deceived. That's going to be Haint, though. I don't think spotted, and so Gluten Disaster walks right into a trap, able to dodge out against that shove, and is now just going to walk away. Both mid laners willing to trade about 30% of their HP bars.
Yeah, and the fact that Gluten Disaster actually had the Pop Blossom ready makes me a little bit worried for Haint in that trade, able to kind of survive though, and Reese didn't want to commit for that. But overall, that kind of shows you that this Nico is still in a very strong position, at least in the 1v1. For me, if Haint wants to snowball that lead, that kill that they got earlier, then Haint should be looking for the Weaver's Wall into the side lanes. And I think that bot side, sure, you just lost that, but that was a gank. Imagine if Haint is the one ganking down there, getting Nosy Boy further ahead.
I mean, you've just burned all summoners as well. If there was a time to see that Weaver's Wall, if there was a time to see Pipsqueak, who, again, is building more for that gank rooting, were to go down there, this would be it, right? If you want to kind of push this game a little bit further forward. At the current moment, though, Grubs are up, which means Reese is going to be heading up to that top side, and Dragon will be up in about 30 seconds. Haint, though, going to get some assistance, holding their own in the mid lane. Everyone actually converging here as the support and... Brain jungle. Pipsqueak is Nautilus jungle. I can't get used to that. Right now, though, Reese getting run away from those 3 grubs. And because Gluten is on the wrong side of that map, it looks like it's actually going to be taken. RMU allowed to deny 5 grubs. Of course, it's still yet to be seen. They're going to try and jump in. That's going to be a leap out. And down goes 1 grub. Reese gets bound out on the back end. But Pipsqueak now a little bit slow. Flash in. Double knockout with the Pop Blossom. That's the fight we were waiting for. York able to find 2 in the blink of an eye and are going to look to continue. However, that is highly discouraged because the grubs are that much more important.
And solo.
Oh my gosh.
Found Sky in the 1v1. The Smolder just soloed out this Sivir. It's already happening, overall. It's not going to get better for this AD carry matchup. 2 of the Void Grubs go the way of York, and they will secure themselves 5s. There will be Void Mites available for them. But overall, let's talk a bit more about how that fight broke down. Because first of all, huge props to Ramacharyan getting the binding on Reese mid-jump. That was potentially what allowed them to salvage the situation and get 2 people out. But York started those Void Grubs knowing full well they saw the rotation of RMU through the mid lane with the minions, but they want a team fight. That is the team fighting composition, whereas we sit for RMU, you guys are looking for the Smolder scale. If Smolder is not there, RMU is lacking quite a lot of the damage they need to carry through those fights. So great play from York, kind of playing exactly to a win con, taking the round trip, trying to catch as many people as possible, and getting themselves back in terms of kills.
Yeah, but quickly, you touched on it, right? That bot side, Noisy, is starting to become very noisy, and so leading into this Dragon, that's what we get to watch for. Noisy Boy already on that Essence Reaver can be a big part of why RMU are allowed to take this almost uncontested.
Well, I don't know if it will be uncontested or
right.
You can see York's still looking for it right now. Pop Blossom's still not quite available, so they're not exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not in the power pocket, but RMU has to be so careful about how they approach. The second Drake still does a significant amount of damage if you don't have a true tank there. Now Pop Blossom is up. York got vision while that was happening. They know Dragon's inserted.
We'll see what they can look for. That's going to be the binding down. They know they have a small window, but I mean, it's Cloud, right? Do you really want to sacrifice your life for it? Not really. Neither for Mountain, as that's going to be our soul to play for here. It is going to be 2 dragons to RMU to start. And it is going to be 5 grubs to the side of York, though. So different reasons to fight. And the soul will be a different reason altogether. Right now, inside of the pocket, though, Sky. Alpha Guard saying, maybe I can get something, but nothing happening. So Ryan and Noisy Boy happy to chill out in the bot lane once again.
Okay, and that dragon take is pretty good for RMU Orbital. Yeah, sure. The Cloud single isn't that important, but they are just looking to stack towards that soul. And now RMU got both those early dragons. The big question is, what can York find in exchange, right? Sure, you got the grubs earlier, but you didn't really contest on this dragon take. Herald has spawned. Maybe we go for that instead. And Dogfish has done an amazing job up top, making sure that Roger doesn't take over the game. So York don't actually have a guaranteed Herald by any means right now.
I mean, we got to give a lot more credit over to Dogfish, right? Runs cross-country for Uni and a standout player that is new to the team. I mean, doing a fantastic job here against someone that we honed in as one of the main kind of linchpins for this team. So RMU, just about everything kind of working in their way. Their late game condition still looking pretty dang strong as well. Like everything in the early game outside of, the Grubs fight, I think is well within what they wanted.
Yeah, and RMU, we mentioned it before, they actually played in the NECC Nationals, but in the Emergence division. So they've actually moved up a division to Challengers this split orbital, and they've done an amazing job so far, only dropping 1 game to CSU Vikes, who are undefeated within the division right now. And that's why this match was such a good one, and one that we wanted to watch. The existing reigning champions up against plucky challengers who are not backing down. Huge play from them.
Now, though, York, with this grab on the Herald, will be looking to break open the game at some point. Keep in mind how quiet the tower game has been, right? No towers, I mean, barely any plates either. I think we saw 1 or 2 taken on that bot side. Top side has barely been touched, but that should actually change up as Reese, after grabbing that Herald, is going to look towards this top side. Dogfish is well within kill threat range if you can layer down the damage, and that's just about every ability used. So now no knockup available. You are pretty much good to go. Slam against the wall into a follow-up, and that's the Hextech ultimate. Easy dodge. Definitely Roger has played that one too many times. In comes the wall a little bit late, though. Hank going to try and do some work, but misses just about everything. The final shards land, but Hank, nothing able to be done except just about clear that wave. Reese, though, Reese needs to get away as soon as possible. There we go.
Wow, that slingshot covered so much distance. I was a little bit worried just getting flashbacks to that mid lane under turret overall. And this time, hey, don't need the turret. With the Leandries, we'll be able to burn through that Zac. Gluten Disaster trying to shove out mid as fast as possible, but Pipsqueak will be there to pick up that wave. So good play from York, but good response from RMU to make sure they don't lose more than that 1 death.
And at this point, I gotta ask you, considering how quiet this game has been, and I know, some people are like, yo, 9 kills isn't that quiet. To me, it feels quiet with how they kind of been teasing. Oh, I can't even talk about that because Reese is joining in. Maybe it's not so quiet as I thought. That's going to be the Solar Flare coming down there. And again, with Noisy Boy getting away, might as well just focus that one champion. But Ryan able to get away as well. So a lot of what York are wanting to do is just not working. They're not willing to full commit. So to me, RMC, I got to ask, are both teams actually willing to play towards that 30-40 minute mark?
I think they're looking for action now, Orbital, and
yeah, okay.
The re-engage.
I wasn't expecting this. It's going to be a jump in. However, they're low HP, and Poopsqueak is around the side. An easy depth charge brings death to the bot lane. Topside tower goes down, but RMU say we care more about killing your teammates. TP coming in to try and save Reese, but guess who's here? Hank ready to follow up. That's going to be another drag, and that's another catch. Easy! Tower goes down. Pop Blossom is there as that's a TPM from Gluten, actually, but it doesn't work. And now with no spell shield, RMU decimate the bot lane.
Huge play from them, and Noisy Boy, did you see the feet on that tiny little dragon orbital? Because he's been moving back and forth, dodging out all the critical skills, baited Reese twice, and because they expended so much trying to catch a smolder and couldn't do it, that's why RMU was kind of able to fire back, win that out, and now Noisy Boy is 4-0-3. This carry is completely online. Honestly, probably going to hit that 225 stack pretty soon as well. Currently, what was that, 177, I think? So,
yep.
Pretty good clip, should be around the 21-22 minute mark there.
And the good part about that is your items are actually going to reflect even more so, right? Normally we see about a 2 item mark, I think, when we see that 225 hit, right? I think we're sitting normally like 1.5 to 2 items. You're like, yeah, that's great. This is going to be about a 2.5 to 3, depending on Noisy Boy can keep farming up and be just an absolute catalyst of damage. So I'm really interested to see how Noisy Boy actually comes into this. Right now, though, York are trying to find a little extra behind. That Solar Flare is going to land only on the slow, as Pipsqueak is going to go down here. Caught on the far end, not really sure what's going to go down.
Okay,
as Ryan actually gets caught out in a dangerous spot. Massive Mom called in, but it's only going to catch a Sivir because the main objective is still here. All 5 members of York ready for the Dragon.
And great catches from Mr. Borealis there. I know Solar Flare on a single target doesn't sound particularly amazing, but you get the numbers advantage. You're able to continue from there. You catch Ryan as well, and you secure the Drake. Stop the stacking from RMU. York Spartans firing back.
And here's the thing. I'm very excited for Noisy Boy. I'm exceptionally excited for the Smolder to come online and be this beast. If there is one way to shut down a Smolder, it's to layer CC upon CC on top and just like not care in the world. Yes, you have a Black Shield. Is that going to be enough? Only time will tell, but Black Shield only going to block so much before the AP ratios just cut it out completely. So I'm very interested to see if the Black Shield and the positioning of Noisy Boy can be enough to ensure this massacre for RMU stays alive, or if York are going to be able to kind of almost brute force their way to that carry.
Oh, it's worked so far. Noisy Boy or 0-3 has yet to die, and yeah, a lot of props to this bot lane duo and how they've been able to navigate these fights. Now, there is still an answer from the side of York, even if you can't quite land the CC through everybody, and that is not Roger with this Camille. You can just jump the back line, and a lot of gold has been invested in this challenger top laner. So the reason why fights have been looking very RMU favored right up to those picks is because of the gold distribution. RMU, it's on their carries, perfect distribution on Haint and Noisy Boy. Whereas York Spartans, it's in that split push, it's in that dive threat, and if Death Not Roger isn't with the team, we're not going to see that gold lead materialize for York.
Well, what we are going to see is a little bit of a shove. Reese goes ahead and spawns in Twitch chat. His bot lane is going to be annihilated. Haint goes into a haunt and says, I'm a ghost now, because that's a death on the board. Death Not Roger soloing out the enemy mid laner.
Oh, Noisy Boy might be in trouble. We're seeing the flank wrap around from Gluten Disaster here.
Easy one over the wall into the ghost as Dogfish takes out topside, so it's a little bit of split action, but the rest of RMU wondering exactly what's going to go down here. A drag in as Pipsqueak is going to have the Black Shield on him. Bomb called in, and now Death Charge behind. Lands the pop, Blossom only catch the tank because of that. Reese can get into the back line. Team fight from York. The collapse in is massive as Pipsqueak can't get out. Squeaks out of death, and York take 4 with ease.
The pop blossom, bro, it just barely tagged Noisy Boy with all the CC that was coming down, and fair enough, you said one way to deal with the Smolder, layer on the CC. York certainly did that. Now, that was a numbers disadvantage for RMU on that fight. York win it instantly. Look to snowball. Not only are they taking Baron, Death Not Roger has rotated mid and will still find that tier 2 turret.
I would like to point out of the 5 towers that York had, it's only one that was taken without Roger, which I think was that outer mid. Baron, though, being finished out, it got very low. You can see the rest of the members of York like, oh god, please don't die, but they're fine, right? Baron on 5, and York look solid. Now, of course, looking at that Smolder, it's still online, right? The execute is very much available. But it's starting to come down to those micro mechanics, which, for me, I'm very excited to watch.
Yeah, and the next couple of team fights overall will probably define the game. What's interesting to me is how York want to play with this Baron, because they do have a very strong team fight team, and I feel like if you have Death Not Roger with you, you probably could win the team fight. But that's the problem. It's a probability. Whereas, if you go with the 4-1 split push, Death Not Roger will definitely be able to win out the 1v1 situation. We saw him take out Haint in the 1v1. Noisy Boy certainly a lot squishier. And Dogfish, sure, you're very tanky. You survived thus far. But against a Baroned up Camille with Baron minions, it's very difficult for the Ornn to actually be able to wave clear. So we're seeing the 4-1. And for York, the core members, that huge team fight core, just have to be careful not to get picked by the Morgana, Talia, or Nautilus.
Are we worried about all three? Yeah, we are seeing those stacks. And again, by the way, 225 is just that benchmark. Noisy Boy actually gets more stacks, infinitely scaling, right? That's going to be a lot of fun to watch for. So we'll try and keep eyes as much as possible. Right now, though, they want to stack with champions. If not, Roger has to smell something in the water, but it's not going to happen. Instead, no knockup.
Oh, no!
And that's going to be the hook missing. If not, Roger able to get away with ease again over the wall, dodging away from the depth charge into that repel. And now actually catches Noisy Boy, goes back into the 1v3, hops their way right back out, realizes they're in trouble. But remember, look what the rest of the team is. Mid lane currently being pitched. Def Not Roger has definitely done their job.
Oh, mid inhibitor turret going down on that push. Great capitalization of York. Reese able to get out just in time. And the push continues orbital because look who rotated down for RMU. Everyone, absolutely everyone. So Roger didn't actually leave. Roger's just split pushing again.
Yeah, I like
Ryan,
this,
you don't
right?
want this.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? York's composition. You can teamfight. Do you want to? Not really. Def Not Roger. Now getting jumped on here as that might be an assassination, as that's a snipe from long range. No burn to finish off as Noisy Boy is finally going to get the kill. And it is 850 gold in the back pocket. Needless to say, though, York being able to break the inhibitor tower feels pretty dang good. Now, can they get this dragon behind?
Squeak is in the area. Flash not available, though, and no blast cone. So kind of got to walk the long way around, but Gluten Disaster trying to zone.
Oh, and that's actually really good hit, and that's going to be killed over the wall, though. York knew that their mid laner was caught a little bit, but able to follow up over the wall means you get that kill. Now this dragon taken down to about 700. It is going to be finished off, and that's 2 dragons to 2. Now Pipsqueak, this jungle Nautilus, tries to get out of harm's way, but it's not going to happen. Mr. Borealis is instead going to fall and pay that consolation price. Pipsqueak, you are not as tanky as you would like. You are just dead. Mom gets called in, and it looks like the collapse from RU might actually be really good. Take a look, though. TP coming in here. Gluten Disaster trying to get in on the mix. And that's going to call the rest of the fight off. That's actually Roger. They found Noisy Boy. Gluten TP to the top side of this jungle. It is crazy madness as York go ahead and start slaughtering the rest of RMU. Hextech ultimatum. You can't black shield that dogfish turned into sushi. And down goes Orion. It is death from beyond on just about every single level as York get a delayed ace.
We just went from one extreme to the other orbital. RMU was dominating. It looked like Noisy Boy was about to clean house. But Roger, who had been taken down, respawned. Beautiful double teleport from York to be able to capitalize. And we just went towards a potential game-winning state. If Hane goes down here, Noisy Boy, 5 seconds. They have minions.
Gluten, you're not actually recalling. I know you're not because you're right now helping out get that double kill. Noisy Boy does get the pop on the passive, but the Nexus towers are way more important at this point. Noisy just trying to slow down their advances. And yes, it looks like you've done it. Mr. Borealis able to join in now. Call down of Mom is going to force everyone else up, but look at that burst. 536 has to run away. Sky trying to stay safe, but Noisy Boy gets the black shield on. No landing of the solar flare, and that means it looks like your base is actually safe. Noisy Boy, though, steps up a little too far. Now the Hextech ultimatum comes down, and I think that's how Roger's got it. You're dead. Down goes Noisy Boy again. That binding does nothing as Dogfish is getting slaughtered. Take a look at this. Another Zenith Blade into the stun. You're just gone. Back to back to back. York, say, hey, Pipsqueak, we see you. And yes, we will leave. But York, do so much damage. Ryan, yes, you have a binding, but really, where's it going to go? It goes wide. You get that extra kill. York get everything and then some. They only have to put the icing on top of the cake.
We were almost even before that series of events, but that was 3 fights pretty much extended throughout all of that action. And with those fights, York is now 10k up after all of that. And I want to take a moment to appreciate Definitely Not Roger, because multiple times now, his Hextech ultimatum, look at that gold difference.
Oh my god.
What was that, 5.5, almost 6,000 gold difference. That's half the team's gold lead is in Death Not Roger. And Roger's been doing such a great job dodging everything that RMU had thrown at him. The Hextech ultimatum used to dodge a technically undodgeable ultimate in the depth charge in that top side. Bot side, the way he hopped over as well, instantly crashing down and finding multiple targets. That is, frankly, what is really helping York dominate these fights. When he shows up with Gluten Disaster, it looks really good for York.
I give so much credit to the early game. RMU made it look pretty dang good, but this mid to late has been all York of anything. They have not granted. After the first two, I think Dragons, as well as that one Grub, they have not given a single global objective over. I would just like to point that out. This next Baron that they're having, they've gotten so much value out of the first one. The second one should be just as much. It's even going to draw in what could be the end of the game because Roger's coming over the wall. Easy catch onto a non-black shielded target. Noisy just goes down. Pop Blossom is going to land, but it doesn't freaking matter. Pipsqueak misses on that hook, and now the chase down inside of the jungle will come. Pipsqueak getting jumped out. Dogfish tries to jump in, but you are an Orin that only has a little bit of HP, and you are melted beyond belief. This looks like it's GG as RMU say GG. Hey, here's the next one to fall, and it is an ace for the side of York College.
The crowning capstone to what has been an epic, nigh perfect late game coming through from York right there, overall. You get Baron, you get an ace, and you get the Nexus. And my goodness, well, there's a reason why York is our reigning Challengers champion, and we just got to see that this game.
And you know what? Big shout out to RMU's side. They played the early game. Some of those fights earlier, very, very impressive. Mechanically, we saw that come out. Mid to late game, though, I have to give credit where credit is due. It felt like the composition started to fall apart a little bit, right? The Nautilus in the jungle, extremely squishy. That feels so bad when your Nautilus trying to go in is less than 2k HP, and I don't even put that on the side of Pipsqueak. It's just, that's how it broke down.
Yeah, and a lot of that was that early game where, sure, Robert Morris found a lot of leads in the early game, but they weren't getting it from, unfortunately, Pipsqueak in the jungle. And so he ended up feeling a lot squishy, I think, than he'd rather like to. But, you know, when I spoke to Caustic, he had mentioned that players to keep our eyes on was Dogfish and Noisy Boy. And I think we definitely saw that in game one. Noisy Boy's Smolder. Winning a lane is not easy on that champion. And even throughout all those team fights, it really felt like if Noisy Boy lives, they win the fight. If he doesn't, they lose the fight. And oftentimes he did get out an incredible amount of damage before he just got run down by Roger. And what you're going to do, right? Literally, Black Shield won't save you from that Camille. And Dogfish as well went toe-to-toe with Roger. Like, I didn't think about Roger's late game performance overall. We didn't see that at all in the early game.
Yeah.
Why? Because Dogfish didn't give him the opportunity to. So sure, Dogfish comes out of lane, down CS, but as an Ornn, and to hold Roger down like that, huge props to that new player for the team.
Yeah, but I mean, York, they just look too clean, right? Mid to late game, all theirs, no problems whatsoever. Didn't even seem like the Nautilus Morgana pickup switch up between jungle and support looked like any different. So going into game number 2, how do you shake up York?
Matt, first of all, I don't know if RMU want to take blue side going into game 2.
Ooh,
I think the counter pick from York was really, really, really good. And I think for RMU, not getting caught in the top lane is going to be key. You don't want to give Roger a free lane, or I don't say a free lane, but a lane where he gets to decide how that matchup goes. You want to put him out of his comfort zone as much as possible. And for RMU, frankly, I don't think the strategy was wrong game 1 in terms of wanting that hyperscaler on Noisy Boy. I think you can run that back. Maybe the Nautilus jungle might not be the pick to roll with here. It's a very do or die style champion. Either you get a hit or you're kind of not going to be able to do anything. If you want to play that style, maybe something like a Maokai or a Sejuani where you can still power farm and keep up might be a safer option for the jungle.
All right, well, there we go. Both teams are currently sitting with 1 loss only to the undefeated reigning champion in their Challengers division. Let's see who gets to put another win on their belt and who, unfortunately, will take another loss. We are going into game 2, which could be the last game of this series. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC League of Legends Day will continue in just a bit. Listen, after a slow early game, everything decided to come toppling down, and at this point, it is a precarious stack. RMU from Pennsylvania said, hey, let's go ahead and get a Smolder. And the Smolder looked good. It was 4-0-3 at one point. I just want to point that out. It looked great. And then York did York things, and I'm scared for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Spartans right now, it's such a hard thing to deal with because you have to be hyper aware of Roger. And again, I want to hype up Dogfish from RMU because I think he did a great job locking down Roger in the lane. But the problem for Roger is we already threw how many bans at him already? 3 bans, the Aatrox, the Gangplank, and the Pantheon last game. How many more things do you need to ban? If you need to add Camille, that's 4 bans. And again, Twisted Fate is still potentially on the table. If you want to do that, again, he has a Nocturne. I don't know if that's top or jungle, but it feels like if you're throwing everything that way, then you kind of still have to worry as well about the likes of Gluten Disaster, who had some really strong team fight performances on that Pop Blossom.
Well, here's the thing, RMU did the thing that I think you were asking them not to do earlier. They're still on blue side. And not only that, they're now banning away Reese's Zac, which I do agree with. Reese didn't look amazing in the early game on the Zac, but it did have a lot of impact in the mid to late. It's curious that they are focusing there. Keep in mind, Pipsqueak's still in that jungle role as well. We'll have to watch and see if that Nautilus for some reason comes out here. But for York, they can kind of tango with the best. If they want to ban out Smolder, which would not be unreasonable on the red side, they could do so.
Yeah, or you could pick it yourself for Sky, right? I'm sure Sky has probably played a couple of games of Smolder just to get used to that champion since it is so incredibly strong in the current meta. Now, the Zac ban does surprise me, Orbital. I would have thought it'd be more Camille focused. And again, in the jungle right now, there are quite a few champions who have strong engage. Zac probably has the longest engage for the team. But if we're looking at something like Leona, oh, there we go, there's the Camille ban, or Mr. Borealis again, I think the range from that Solar Flare is good enough. You don't necessarily need that Zac. You could go with something like the Sejuani, like we were talking about earlier, or heck, even a Wukong to follow up on something like a Solar Flare.
Yeah. Going ahead and keeping it that same York Spartans, though. 3 same bans, Thresh, Azir, and Twitch. TAT. Don't want to deal with any of those. And it's a pretty fair, rounded set of bans. But Robert Morris dropping 2 in this instance. Remember, it was originally a hard focus into that top side. I think one of them was Aatrox, except that was in round 2 of the bans, I think, for RMU. So we'll see if that comes out again. Of course, for right now, last time, Pipsqueak got a blind pick Nautilus that was, I think, supposedly supposed to be a flex. We'll see if that's going to be here again. If not, it's going to be its own thing, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I would not like to see that Nautilus first pick come through again for RMU, even with the potential for a flex. I think we've already seen that it doesn't work in the jungle against the York Spartans. I'd much rather see a meta high priority champion. I mean, we already discussed that, hey, if you want sort of that jungle, you can go with the Maokai, or you can go with the Sejuani. Heck, you can go with Rel. That's another really good flex pick in the current meta. But we're just kind of sitting on this right now, waiting for Robert Morris. And actually, while we've got a bit of time, I did say that I prefer RMU to be on red side because then you take away Roger's ability to counterpick. But if you are going to be blue side for RMU, I don't want to see you kind of run the same strategy back too closely, even if it didn't work out too well. I would much rather see them kind of go something completely different and throw off York Spartans draft.
I mean, that's what we're hoping to see. Of course, we do appreciate you kind of sticking with us here. Dogfish is really taking their time swimming upstream, and they're just like, yo, I really got to think about this pick. It is taking time. Listen, as a cross-country runner, you got to take your time with this. You got to pace yourself, right? Especially in the draft.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, I did not learn that fact when I tried running. I was not good at running any sort of event. But I gotta sit here and agree. Like Robert Morris, I'm sitting here and looking at their blue side. I'm sitting there going, I wonder what's really gonna happen. And this is an interesting first pickup, I should say.
Yeah, I actually really like it. The Ivern.
Ooh.
Yeah, because, okay, it's kind of weird in that I'm not a fan of Ivern as a champion specifically, but I think if you're going to run a jungle like Nautilus, I think the Ivern would do better in terms of what you're looking to do. It's not the hook, but it allows your team to choose when to engage. You've got shields as well, or Noisy Boy, and I assume that Noisy Boy is likely to play a hyper carry based on what we saw last game as well. And you've got an extra body like Daisy to be able to help out as well. So I don't know if it's necessarily the B1 I was looking for, but I like it a lot more than that Nautilus jungle we saw last game.
Well, York
Ooh.
Spartan's still going for pretty heavy-handed here. The Senna being locked in behind the Nocturne, so much higher priority for Reese. Still that go-in type of vibe, but much less tankiness behind it.
And that, to me, I see a Nocturne right now in the current meta orbital, and I'm thinking Orianna is going to get slammed in for York as well, potentially on that R3. Okay, not quite the hyper carry I was thinking of. Still, a very good style AD carry for a very mechanical player. Ezreal, very independent, doesn't rely on the team. And again, this was banned last game. So, Dogfish is going to get his hands on it this time.
You know what? I respect it. Dogfish, I respect this so much. You know it's going to be a hard matchup anyway. And you're just like, yo, give me this one. Oh, don't. No. All right. So that's just. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's meta on the bot side, especially with the Senna. That still feels like a slap in the face.
No. It's the Senna Nautilus orbital. It's fine. And you know what? If it is going to be a slap in the face, it's going to be a depth charge slap into Noisy Boy's face. Because unfortunately for Ezreal, you can't escape from the depth charge. It will hunt you as far as you're willing to blink. And I really like this choice paired with the Nocturne as well. Now, Ezreal, either you run away and get isolated by Nocturne, or you stay in the middle of the fight and get depth charged by Nautilus. Unfortunately, the picks have vanished. They are still there. It's still the Ezreal Garen for RMU on 2 and 3. Nautilus for York Spartans on R3. And instead we'll focus on the bans as GP is still taken off the board and Talia. So they really respect what Haint was able to do last game with this pick.
Listen, I know there's paranoias in League of Legends. I know there's paranoias outside when you get ulted IRL. Have you ever been Nocturne ulted in draft? That's the best way I can put it down. That is what I'm adding to my bingo card. Again, it is Talia and the Gangplank. I do like these, and I respect it. Haint actually had a pretty interesting time, right? Haint is one that we sat there going, we want to keep focus on, right? And for the Talia in the mid, I think it does respectfully command a ban here. However, they do the same with the Nico. They say, look, with what we have and what we want to do, we can't allow you to have a entrance of a Pop Blossom. So we cannot allow you to have that piece of the puzzle. Going into these next set of pickups here, I think for the side of York Spartans, we're looking for our solo lanes, the mid and top lane, to be picked up here.
Yeah, most likely, unless they flex that Nocturne into the top lane, which I guess is a possibility, though it would be quite a surprise. And then for the side of RMU, of course, we are still looking for our support and our mid lane to come through based on what we've seen so far, unless we get a Garen mid. It has happened in professional play. Is it normal? Certainly not. And York have to pick first. So which lane does York want to expose? They went the top lane Udyr. I was actually thinking Orianna gets stamped here. I talked about it earlier. It wasn't banned. And I think Orianna doesn't have a lot of terrible matchups. It's a very, very safe blind.
Of course, it's a nice blind, but do you really have to, right? And I think in this instance, I do agree. Give Gluten the best of the best options that you can. The Cassiopeia blind.
Ooh.
That one is also quite interesting. I have not seen a Cassiopeia in quite some time. Very mana hungry. Of course, they did buff, I think, some of the mana cost items or the mana giving items. So it's not in a terrible spot. Still leads into that ramping up, but this is also a lot more damage than RMU were able to draft in game number 1, I think. This is going to be a vastly different game number 2.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Haint, unfortunately, on the Talia, you're a very spell-based champion, so you got to wait for cooldowns. Whereas Cassiopeia, a much more sustained damage mage to come through. Now, I accidentally said Orianna because I'm expecting the Orianna from York here. Surely we've got that, right? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Orianna Nocturne combo is still incredibly strong to come through from the York side of things, and you can hunt down targets. But now you've got to decide which target you want to go on, because if you go on the Ezreal, you take out Noisy Boy, Haint can still carry the fight. So I really like that Cassio pick that way. And Dogfish is still going to run in your back line. York Spartans don't actually have a lot of ways to deal with this rushing Garen. And if Dogfish gets ahead, which, hey, it's a tough lane against Roger, it's a tough lane against Udyr, but if somehow the ganks come through, somehow Dogfish gets ahead, York Spartans are going to struggle to deal with this Garen.
That's going to be the really interesting part. And honestly, RMC, I don't think we're going to see that quiet of an early game. To keep in mind, in the game number 1, we saw a pretty quiet game up until I think it was 15 or 16 minutes. That's when we start seeing the bot lane ganks. That's when we saw the Nautilus go down there. This entire composition on both ends feels like it's supposed to kick off at level 6. As soon as you hit level 6, someone's going to fight, someone's going to die. Whether that happens in your favor or not, both the teams should have a good identification that we need to get kills, we need to get scaling, we want to get ahead of our opponent. And I want to see that vibe of we got to gamble for it, right? Especially from RMU's side of it.
Yeah, and that's interesting as well, bro, that's the way these teams are going to break down into. Because as much as they want action, they want it in different ways. So let's start with RMU because they're on the blue side, right? When you've got something like a Garen, a lot of times you're not thinking team fight. Because it's hard for Garen to get into team fight. He ghosts, Qs, runs at you, and everybody just kind of backs off, right? As long as you're not too far from a turret, you're kind of okay. Which is completely at odds from a Cassiopeia and an Ezreal. Those two carries are very much safe carries, right? Ezreal, very mobile, can kind of hop around, will not be in the fight, in the midst of the fight with you. That's not a Kai'Sa, that's not like a Samara. And Cassiopeia, on the other hand, she often struggles to play forward just because she got no boots. She doesn't have the highest movement speed in the early game. She's much better playing backwards when you can use that petrifying gaze as well when people are running at you and then looking for that counter engage. So for RMU right now, it does feel like their composition, more than looking for straight team fights, they are looking to try and find a flank and kind of absorb the engage coming through from York Spartans, ideally. York Spartans, on the other hand, they're much more conventional teamfight composition. You've got the Orianna Nocturne as a potential good engage. You've got Nautilus as another form of the ball delivery system. The split push is going to be a little bit harder because of the Garen on the other side, but Udyr could do that. York Spartans are looking to play front to back, and I feel like it's a bit harder for them this game. I like their draft last game more. This game, I think the difficulty is higher for York Spartans because I think RMU have drafted good answers. And if York Spartans can find the engage they want, if they can find the Cassio and Israel, they win the fight. But if they kind of have to try and front to back it against the Garen into the Cassiopeia, I think RMU have a really good draft for dealing with it.
And I think it ranges on the fact that they also have a decent amount of shielding on that side as well, right? If you're talking about falling back, that Ivern slots them very nicely, and that's why I'm going to be looking towards that early game a little bit more. The Ivern has a very different clear than the Nautilus, so if you are taking a look at that difference, you know, I'm sitting there on Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak had, for a Nautilus jungle, a decent amount of mid-game presence. We saw the hooks go in there, some of them landing on walls, I will say that. The Ivern just provides a lot more of enabling power, right? You talk about the shields, you talk about those Qs coming over the wall, and also Daisy to help out. This is an Ivern that, maybe I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, should have a bit more presence in helping those lanes get ahead towards that mid-game.
I hope so, Orbital. The problem is, the problem is just the lanes. Where are you going to go to help out, as it were, right? Cassiopeia, perhaps, but she does need a bit of time to kind of scale up, and a lot of times with the Orianna, a Shockwave can kind of disengage you, speed yourself up with the command dissonance and slow down the opponent. Mid is possible, but a bit tougher. Bot lane is not impossible unless Ezreal gets a ton of poke down because Ezreal needs time to scale. So I agree that Pipsqueak might want to see action, but it's going to be in that top lane, I feel like, for the Garen. That's your most reliable place. And I've seen quite a few Iverns recently, Orbital, this week, especially over in Tier 2 Brazil and Tier 1. And Iverns are kind of passive early.
Oh.
So I don't know if we'll see a ton of action there. On the bright side, hey, Reese level 6. I expect to see ganks because that's Nocturne, that's Paranoia. So maybe York Spartans can make up for that disappointment for you, Orbital.
Yeah, I know. I did want to talk about Nocturne because I always, anytime that I see a Nocturne on the map, it's always at level 6, I better see an ult. At level 7, if I don't, I'm very sad. At level 8, I'm just disappointed in you. I'm sorry, I'm just gone. So that one's already pretty laid out and bare. RMC, we are into game number 2. Taking a look at these defining moments, do you still think York have the upper hand, even though it's a little bit harder? Do you think RMU have what it takes to come out on top here? What do you think?
Ooh, Orbital, my head's telling me that Challenger is still really scary up top, but my heart's telling me RMU. I want to see them pick up a win. I want this to go the full distance because game 1 was really competitive. Can we make the entire series very competitive?
Let's hope they can. Okay, Heart in one plays Brain in another, and all around, hopefully, a good time. This is going to be another 5-point setup, just as always, and you were talking about one of the differences being those Dorans coming out here on the bot side, especially with the Senna pairing. In this case, it is not going to be that double Doran setup on either side because you have a Nautilus. Why would you? It is just going to be a little bit of safety.
Actually, this is really interesting, Orbital, that you mentioned that because Sky is not running the support item. Mr. Borealis is. So this is not the fasting Senna that we're used to seeing paired with a Nautilus. This is the farming Senna. And the power spike's a little bit different because now you kind of spike, it feels like a little bit faster in a way, because you get the gold to actually buy items as Senna, but you don't stack up the souls as much, and your Nautilus is not going to be as tanky as we initially expected. So I feel like York, they've kind of gone, okay, we're not going to beat a scaling Cassiopeia and Ezreal. We pivot. We're going more for that mid-game spike.
That'll be kind of fun to watch for. That'll also synergize pretty well with Reese and Gluten Disaster at the current moment, though. It's quiet on all fronts, right? Dogfish also. By the way, that skin on Karen is one of the best. I love the fact that you get to play with the dog as your dance animation. That is, they did very well with that skin selection. Of course, it is just a friendly happening of top laners because, I mean, the top lane's going to do its own thing. Of course, I think Def Not Roger said otherwise because I'm actually looking at the HP bars. Dogfish already lost a quarter of HP. That feels bad.
So I guess you're more of a dog guy overall, because I personally like the Dog King, God King, pardon me, not Dog King, God King Darius skin.
Oh, okay. Nice I actually really like cats, so that's the other side of it. Oh my gosh, but I also like Death, because I don't know what's happening, RMC. Like we're expecting scaling. I didn't expect this level of power coming out with the level 2, but it is level 2 Leona and Ezreal, so.
True, and I didn't expect the Ezreal either to really have kill threat this early on, but we saw last game already, right? Ramage, Ryan, and Noisy Boy. This is a very aggressive bot lane. They did it on Smolder. Why did I expect anything else on this Ezreal? And I'm going to put a lot of props onto this Leona for finding that quick snap engage when you hit that level 2, push that quick XP advantage.
Keep in mind, this is also the same Ryan that decided at level 2 on a Morgana was going to try and go face first and ended up, I think, dropping down to about 10%. So not unknown to being willing to kind of take that risky bet. And you can see Mr. Borealis didn't even use Flash. So it was a surprise factor. It was just a catch and just very well played. So keeping eyes on that factor, we are seeing trades come out in both directions. Mid lane, the mid laners are not exactly as damaged as before. Haint being able to sustain up, but Pipsqueak visiting that mid lane early to try and get control over this Scuttle.
And I appreciate that Gluten Disaster is playing a little bit safer right now. You don't want to overshove the lane. Both Cassiopeia and Orianna are somewhat vulnerable to ganks despite all the changes they made to the safety and sort of how far the bushes were. Yep, could take from Pipsqueak there as well. And if you're the side of York right now, you're not banking on jungle pressure to get you out of any situation. So if you are going to push out, like bot lane, shove it all the way, get the bounce back, and try and make sure that you don't get ganked before Reese hits 6.
I mean, Reese isn't level 6, but level 4 is enough. Haint going to go ahead and try and run away. That's going to be the fear going down, but you're already under tower. Pipsqueak coming in to get a little bit of fun as well, and I don't know how far they actually want to go. Another Q comes out, but look at the poison drop. The double damage is going to be there. One more Q E would do it, but Haint ran out of mana, so Reese is allowed to live.
Bold choice from RNU to actually go in on that one. I was thinking for a second that Reese could maybe turn it around, flash in, and find first blood onto Haint. We see the rotate up as well from Ramage Ryan, because hey, why not Sky and Mr. Borealis both had to base. Now Roger. Okay, that's the thing with Ivern. It's actually really hard to beat him at a camp when he's got that smite up and available. You kind of just have to watch as he takes it. So I appreciate the thought, Roger, or definitely not Roger, but definitely not working this time.
I like how we keep referring as definitely not Roger, and we just assume, yeah, this is like one of those moments where it's like definitely not Blitzcrank. It's definitely not, no, it's Roger at that point. I'm sorry. At the current moment, though, I do agree this is very fun to watch. Pipsqueak is going to have major control over those jungle objectives, and that's why we are seeing about a 2 camp to 3 camp lead for this Ivern. Already level 4, probably partway to level 5, but that does mean that Reese is going to try and look for value elsewhere, looking on the spot side, but it's an Ezreal Leona. You're not really going to have that much except saying, I'm here, try not to engage again.
Yeah, I mean, if Ryan engages, maybe you can find it. And for me, I'm expecting Ryan to just kind of power farm as much as possible to be able to hit that 6 and then actually for the dive, soloing out the dragon right now. Armu, I have no idea, but they are on perfect timing. They are just at Grubs right now. We're just going to see the traditional dragon Grubs trade.
I think it was actually spotted out as well. I mean, you see Reese go down, and then now you see your bot lane move up. You should have a good idea, right? Like, at this point,
fair.
York are like, we know we're spotted out. Of course, it is going to be Pipsqueak on the other side. We're seeing how long it takes, but ooh! Okay, so this is the upside. again, Death Knot Roger, who we
Wait,
have not
Reese.
talked about that much, this time has a much larger CS lead, so that's why you're challenging. Right now, inside of this Dragon
Reese?
side as well, Reese
Where are you gonna
is
go?
getting into a dire straits, and it looks like you're actually going to pay your life. No one else is really coming around, and they're a little bit late to the party as well. Reese is already down, and now a convergence inside of the pit might be different. Gluten says,
Okay.
hey, we're a little bit of help. Heal comes out, and now that's going to be the petrifying gaze, but it doesn't do enough as Sky is able to get the kill. How far can he run away, though? Noisy picks up a second. No, that's actually going to be Haint. Haint with a kill and a death. And because of that, the Grubs were only one was taken, but Dragon still secured by York.
I'm not even going to try and math out who won that one, Orbital. As you said, it's Grubs and 2 kills versus Dragon and 1. And what's more important to me is where those kills went. Because for RMU, 1 went to Haint. The other, I'm not sure if it went to Noisy Boy or Ramage Ryan.
It did go to Noisy. Another
Okay,
might, though.
that's good,
Another
though.
might go the way of Noisy. Another
Yeah.
might go the way of
That's
Noisy.
beautiful.
As Sky is being brought to the ground underneath the tower. Cheesy as cheesy gets.
I love this ball lane. Orbital RMU's ball lane. I mean, who expects it, right? Like, literally, we just fought at the Dragon. Usually, teams are resetting to get better timings, to get back to lane. If you don't, you might fall behind. And no, Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan go, we will catch Sky, and we will force yet another reset so we get cheater, not cheater recall, but we get to match the recall with more gold in pocket. And that just makes this bot lane that much harder to play for the side of the York Spartans.
I would be so frustrated if I was York right now, right? This bot lane, it's been a point of contention for RMU and York this entire time, but it's falling the wayside of game number 1 again. And you said it in Champ Select, right? This composition this time around might have a little bit more difficult time actually breaking through, because for York, you want to play front to back, but if the Ezreal is so strong, I mean, like, the Ezreal's going to be fine, so RMU really putting things down and saying, hey, we're going to try and get our leads where we can. Really, really appreciate it. Mid lane, of course, evening out with a single kill to Haint, but bot side now to go in again as Ryan gets Shane down. But look at the damage coming out with the 2-shot barrage, only level 5 on Sky, getting the heals coming back up. But again, that CC chain is just too real easy. Pick up another Xenoblade comes out, and down goes the Senna. A final Q takes out 20% of the HP, and the burst, the root Noisy, is 4-0-2.
Not gonna lie, Sky probably wishing he went passing center right about now, Orbital, because he ain't farming very much when he's
Oh,
constantly.
do it to him!
getting
Do it
farmed.
to him! Do it to him! Smite that! Yeah!
The rabbit
I love
thumbs
it.
up
I don't
as
care.
well.
I love that so much.
RMU, they're doing really, really well with what they have right now. I love it. They're dominating on this bot side of the map. And for York, it really feels like their options are now very heavily reliant on their solo laners. Or, pardon me, the top half of the map. Reese, kind of just hammering away at this Leona. She has no flash. Oh, but they're
I
scared
mean,
of
you
Noisy
can't-
Boy.
Yeah, Noisy is just a bit too strong. And Reese, that was actually just an answer to Pipsqueak, right? Pipsqueak walking in and just taking that life, or that blue buff. It makes you upset. Reese is a
Yeah.
little bit pissed off. So I think that's fair.
Reese still level 6 though, so they could potentially look for this paranoia.
They are going to get that shockwave
Oh.
combo down, but it's a little bit late. So Haint is able to flash away, and that's going to be 2 ults for a flash.
Okay, so let's talk about the Nocturne Ori combo for a sec, because it's not as easy as it sounds to pull it off. A lot of times, Nocturne's coming from a great distance away, so you have to put the ball on him either mid-flight or it has to be a short dash, and you actually want to shockwave before you reach the end of the target, because there is a wind-up animation on that. So to get it perfect is really, really, really hard, and usually what ends up happening is you shockwave after Nocturne arrives. There's a small window, and huge props to Haint for finding that window and flashing out to safety. Burning that combo means every lane is safe for the duration of that cooldown.
You bring a lot of value to your team. We haven't really checked it in the top side, though, as the value has actually changed a little bit. Keep in mind the Camille last time wasn't able to get that much early game pressure, wasn't able to get a lot of plates or anything. This time around, Death Knot Roger able to grab 2 plates, maybe a third here, with 4 minutes left to spare. That's, I would say it's a pretty decent swing, right? Take a look. Is that yeah, okay, so you're able to get 3. And with the stun behind, I mean, Dogfish is just, it's not a matchup you're actually enjoying that much. So with the check-in, I think Death Knot Roger at least, I want to say about 600 gold up.
Significantly. We'll put it at that. That's at
yeah.
least. Okay. We can.
Okay.
Oh, more than that.
Oh, I was off.
Wow.
I was off by, what is that? Is that 900?
800. So 800 total, so about 200 off
Yeah.
the prediction. Still pretty close overall, and it certainly is answering the pressure that RMU is putting down bot side. Now the big question is whether or not Udyr can actually carry the game, because a lot of times you pick Udyr for that side lane pressure, you nullify the lane, and they become very, very annoying later, obnoxious, split push threat and all that. But in the team fights, Udyr works best against compositions which don't have enough damage to actually take him down. Against an Ezreal and a Cassiopeia, there is a lot of sustained damage to come through, and it looks like, yep, Death Knight Roger has gone for Liandry, so he's squishier than expected.
Wow, that flash over the wall saved it. You saw the bait from Gluten. I was wondering it was just going to be a straight kill by Haint, but Reese with the flash save. Now on the bot side, we're going to see another change as you called it. That TP in is going to stun up Noisy Boy, and they're going to try and fight. That is going to be the paranoia to come down, and all of a sudden the win for York is rounding out. A death charge comes in as Mr. Boyal says, this is how you play Nautilus. 3 kills in the blink of an eye for York's side of the map. Make it a 4th as you draw the Leona in. It is 4 kills abound. A 5th if you count Haints. This is ridiculous by York's side. A delayed ace, if you will, in the early game.
What just happened? I don't know why did it just happen, and how did it end up this way? RMU, they were playing so incredibly well, but just one series of events is completely reversing the flow of the game. York not only get a whole bunch of kills, not only do they get 3 of it onto Sky, the Senna, who was struggling up to this point, but they also get that second dragon. And again, or I shouldn't say again, because last game was RMU who got the first 2 drakes, but now York able to start stacking on their side of the game.
And that was so dumb. It felt like an ace because of how hard it fought out. Oh boy. Noisy got a random Q off and was like, yo, I want to fight this. And Noisy's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do this. It's so close, right? If Paranoia was up, they would fight this. But Noisy Boy and Rampage are looking.
Sky?
They are going to go in. Two-shot Barrage is going to land. And they slaughter number 1. Listen, there ain't no Roger to be had. Another sun comes out. Reese is about to go down. You just fed Noisy Boy again.
Okay, wait, Sky just tried to equalize that lane, and now Noisy's massively ahead. And although this is not the same as the last fight, York rotated superior numbers and had a great strategic play, collapsing and getting everything. This was just Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan straight 2v3, and they'll get first turret for it. And I've just got a question. Sky stepping up there. It's not just about dodging Zenith Blade. That auto attack from a Leona, the stun is on Shield of Daybreak. That is an auto. You cannot step up to a Leona like that.
It's just wrong. And one of the things as well, you talked about the superior numbers, right? Dogfish on the top side now has the ability to try and break away from that stance. Yes, you were getting pinned down by this Udyr. But this is the other side of it. We're seeing a challenge come in here. That is going to be another blinding view as the mid lane is going to fall. However, things are kicking off faster and faster. RMU once again in the spot side. Get another stun. Noisy Boy, you know they're going to win this. It's just a matter of who gets to survive, and that is going to be no one. That is going to be down goes Borealis. Another flash Q in means the Leona finds their mark, and Noisy Boy is on a killing spree at 7, 1, and 4.
And Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan, they're killing this bot lane repeatedly like it's a wave, Orbital. Every minute and a half, they just find another pick onto it. It is snowballing horrifically out of control, and now that's an inner turret, Orbital. If that goes down, it's a gaping hole for York to play through, and the big question becomes, who can handle this hyper-extended lane against Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan?
Apparently York think it's gonna be the Orianna. The Orianna is definitely not ready to go. It's just, I gotta agree, there are so many questions to be had, and right now Reese without that paranoia can't really help out either. You can see over on the side trying to pick up a little bit of extra value, trying to help out and get that Herald and be able to break away maybe this top side, right? Get a little bit of value. No, it's already down, so Death Knight Roger now gonna be rotating out. There are points of power everywhere, but RMUs, once again, Noisy Boy, you talked about it, right? In game 1, had a great time on Smolder until that mid to late game. Can York do it again? That's going to be the big question here.
Yeah, and for York, they are in a bit of a catch-22 right now. On one hand, you want to slow down the game so that Udyr can continuously split push into Garen, because that is sort of your win con right now. That's your one lane that's winning. But on the other hand, you don't want to give RMU time to scale up. They've got a Cassiopeia and Ezreal Orbital. Both of those are disgusting later in the game. You can't catch one, and the other will absolutely rip you in a stand and deliver style fight. So York simultaneously need to accelerate the game, but they also need to make sure that they find the lanes they can do that in, and they don't have a lot of options.
I mean, they do, but none of them over like a 5% chance rate. Like you're sitting there like, yeah, you got options. Are they good options? No, they're not. Sorry. Like they're just not. And we do have to watch for it. So taking a look here, you're rounding about 16 minutes. Reese now has the Paranoia available, so theoretically, you could have one of those options try and catch Noisy Boy. If the Arcane shifts up, you could try and jump in, but that is going to be that oh man. The Arcane shift is there. Now they call it. Like I said, that's exactly what I said, but there is no shockwave to head, and out you go. Noisy Boy is safe, and now all you have to deal with is that taking Leona. A W misses, and Pimpsy comes in with the shields, so everything you did is now for naught. Another catch as a TP comes in. Noisy Boy is burning down. Mr. Borealis is going to stay alive. Glued under the tower, gets the auto attack, and that is now a shockwave on the back end. But look on the flip, RMU slaughter the backline in a front to back. RMU win the back, and they are going to take 4.
York had to commit so much Orbital to even try and make that happen. Flash heal up for Ezreal, it just ain't happening. And sure, you got it, but at what cost? Even now, watch us hate shredding Roger.
I was so scared, RMC. I was so scared that Haint was actually stronger, but Haint did go for the Rod of Ages, so it's not the full melting power just yet. My gosh, what is happening?
Does that not terrify you more, Orbital? The fact that Haint's sitting on a tier and a not fully stacked Rod of Ages and is already doing this? Imagine what happens the moment that Seraphs gets completed. Another however many minutes for that Rod of Ages to get that last 3 stacks. RMU is just going to run York over.
I mean, Ryan is so confident right now, but Roger this time in the mix is going to try and burn down Noisy Boy. Solar Flare actually misses, so Roger's going to try and run away. But you're taking extremely low. True Shot Barazza is going to land, though, as Mr. Borealis says, I don't even have that. I don't even see it, but the Qs are going to be enough. Mr. Shots are doing work. RMU are cleaning up again and again and again like clockwork. It's almost like a cannon minion wave. RMU are winning every single thing on the map.
And I appreciate that York is trying to accelerate the pace of the game, and they're trying to play around RMU's out sort of timers and play within the valleys there. But here's the problem. Your outs weren't up either. No shockwave for Glen Disaster. So even when they were bunched up, that big spike of damage didn't come through. All the work that Def Not Roger put in, the team could not capitalize on it. And you're giving over free deaths. Now RMU continues to scale up like you said as well, like clockwork, like a timer, like a time bomb that is ticking down to explosions right now. Yeah, for York, it's looking pretty dire, and I do not think team fights are where you want to be at.
No, it might just be these chunks. You can actually see Gluten. He's actually getting some value in, and Reese, I think, is actually posturing on the side, being like, yo, can we dive this? Can we actually try and just dive Noisy Boy and get another kill on them? I mean, that's where my thought is, right? You're going to have to sack at least one person to try and kill Noisy Boy. Like, that's just a given. It's who are you going to sacrifice? Who are you actually going to give up here? No objectives on the map means that you do have a little bit of time to try and farm up. Reese is going to hit level 2 Paranoia, probably off of, I think, 2 more camps. So it's going to be safe. I mean, for York, you do have to be sweating a bit. Def Not and Roger sitting on 0-0-3. 2 items are completed. The thing is Dogfish, this other person that we haven't really talked about because they've been trying to just kind of hold their own. 2-0-1. Even picked up a Serpent's Fang, item number 2.
I actually kind of really like the Serpent's Fang because you're up against multiple champions who can shield, right? Literally everybody except for Nocturne has a shield that Serpent's Fang is going to be able to kind of proc off of. And the lethality build's not bad in these team fights, but they don't have enough damage to take you down. This Senna has been set so far behind that you're worried about what, an Orianna Shockwave? Well, you're not the primary target. So as long as you're not clumped up, you go in after and you just chuck the entirety of your Spartans into a Blender Herald. Charging right now.
I'm not sure the Nocturne wanted this. I'm not sure Reese wanted this. I'm not sure Reese wanted this. You might have just gotten your support killed as well. Zenith Blade goes in. You do get the stun. Mr. Borealis getting chucked out under the tower. And look at the massive WQ combo. Reese, what was that?
You know what? Actually, Orbital, that's worth it for Reese. A life for a turret. That's more gold on that turret. So
okay. True. I'll give you that.
If it stops there, worth for York Spartans. The problem is I don't think it will. I think they're going to lose their mid-outer turret for it. So it does end up being that 1 kill traded back and forth.
It's something, and it does feel like kind of grasping at straws is the problem. As Def Not Roger gets tagged by that Q, and oh man, this poison drip is a problem here. Haint, we talked about Haint needing to scale up a little bit further. Went with the Rod of Ages. You're now double stacked. That's a massive boon to power that I think O'Reilly's will be coming on next. Haint is going to be as strong, if not stronger down the line than Noisy Boy, and that's terrifying.
Oh, 100%. Right? The Cassiopeia is able to pump out more damage if she can stand there and fight, and right now she can. There's really no threat onto her Dogfish in a 1v2. I think Dogfish can take this.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Like,
Oh,
okay,
that's a
well
3-1
now this is different. Yeah, that's gonna be the
Look
finisher.
what
I
he
was like,
did right there.
yeah. We were just watching. It's gonna be a kill.
Yeah, you know, fair enough for Dogfish that, yeah, it was in his mind that this is not actually a 2v1. But you saw the moment he turned, right? He did that much damage with half a health bar. Imagine what he could have done if Reese wasn't there to continue pumping out the damage to actually finish that off. And with the Garen out, of course, being an execute, I think he walks away or goes back to base with a 1-for-1 trade. Dragon, though, coming up in a minute and a half orbital. And actually, it's funny to me that the teams haven't looked too much at Baron, because I feel like RMU could just take Baron.
They could, or they could try and take another life here, as Death Knot Roger is on the chopping block. Look at the cycling here. Noisy Boy getting some decent damage down. Death Knot Roger might not be the tankiest member, but does have the most HP on the team. But look at that, just that chase. This Cerilda's grudge is painful. Death Knot Roger trying to chase, and that's going to be the true shot barrage not landing, but that is a long chase and a lot of damage. That was all Noisy Boy.
Yeah, and that was a ghost used by Roger to get away. If not, I think you get run down. Mr. Borealis caught between a rock and a hard place.
Noisy Boy doesn't actually have flash. I think use that trying to kill off Roger, so this might be the chance. You might be able to find Noisy Boy. That's going to be a huge shockwave later, but does minimal damage. There was no damage up, but they found Noisy Boy. It's Noisy Boy down. Noisy Boy is dead. That's a main chunk of your damage. So now York are going to try and finish route. They get the Ivan in the back line. Are you kidding me? RMC, it hits mid-game, and all of a sudden York just click. They lose no one except for their support and top lane, and they get an ace.
And, hey, guess what? Should be up in seconds. The Dragon as well. Are they just going to go straight for Baron? Do they have enough damage to actually take Baron right now? They're going to try. Reese's... Okay. Okay, no, they back up. I was going to say, Baron's really risky here. Reese is kind of tanky, but Sky's really far behind in terms of damage right now. Like, you're set on 2 items. That is basically a fasting Senna at 22 minutes. So I think that the Dragon, much safer. And Orbital, that fight, really hype. I'm going to be honest. York shouldn't have won that, and I'm not confident York would win the next one anyways.
I really have to say it. I noticed it after I saw the bot lane chase. Noisy Boy had actually flashed to try and follow. I was wondering where the double jump came in, and that's why that goes to spot right by Roger. That actually came in to be a problem because you all funneled into the enemy side jungle, and York were able to be like, "Yo, we can actually catch Ezreal now." And remember, Noisy is currently like the mainstay damage. Haint, I still think needs a little bit more oomph if you want to lay down the damage, especially without poison, right? If the poison doesn't land, you need a little bit more. So right now, RMU are realizing that we can't make obvious mistakes right there, right? Because York still are a very nice team fight team.
And it goes back to what we're talking about and dropped a little bit between these two teams, right? The fact that RMU's comp is really good at absorbing York playing into them. Their kite back is going to be insane, and we've seen that in a couple of fights right now. But going forward is a problem. Haint was not outputting damage for a majority of that fight, unfortunately, because Cassiopeia needed time to get into position. Noisy Boy as well, you know, once you kind of burn those summoners, if you're still within range of the fight, things kind of get bad for you. So RMU, they want to push forward, they want to continue pushing their advantage, but they have to be a little bit more careful about how they're doing it. And the front to back going forward in a choke point, that is not the way.
And for York, you want a few more fights like that, but I don't think you're going to get all the time. So, I mean, in their essence, they want to fight. What else do they need to do now? I mean, Roger's kind of holding their own. Level 15, about to hit 16, starting to get a little bit extra MR in the back pocket. Do you just let Roger continue doing this, or what else is really going to happen there? I mean, Gluten at this point, 5-1-4, a big mainstay damage dealer, but, I mean, you could only run away as now you're getting chased down. I mean, this is... I mean, what do York want to do right now?
Well, the York Spartans still need to fight. The thing is just that they need to pick their fights a little bit better, and they need to do it by getting vision. The Paranoia Shockwave combo is still one that we've not really gotten to see have massive impact. And ideally, you need to catch Noisy Boy with that. If you can, then you're fine. So, step one, basically, get vision down.
I like it. Step one's easy, right? Like, that is the bare bones essence, and with some of the other items coming up here, you know, Baron being fought over in the research tree, it's gonna be a little bit of time, right? 2.5 minutes to Dragon. Baron is up, but I don't think either team has that commitment to say, yo, we actually want to try and push for it and try and actually take it. It is just gonna be hunting for these opportune kills. I mean, Roger might be the one on the table. Good dance around, trying to get a little bit more chunk, and he is gonna slam down. That's a massive 50% as Roger is now gonna proxy the wave. but that can put you in a really dangerous spot. Remember, Noisy Boy as well as Pipsqueak have been a little bit in the tango. But guess what? Roger with the extended Chemtech plants gets so much extra bolster that you can run forever and not worry. You can even tank like 2 or 3 tower shots. As Baron is being started up, I didn't notice. Roger's doing the exact same thing again. There's no vision. I'm so mad that I didn't see it. Needless to say, though, RMU not exactly missing this time. There's going to be a wraparound. It's down to about 4K. Paranoia goes down. Are they going to try and fight it? Depth Charge is able to land on the back line, and they're going to look. No Shockwave to land, but that's going to be Restead. How many more can you get? Shockwave lands on 3 this time, but look at the shielding. Look at the healing. They are all still alive. York looking for another fight. Needless to say, it did not go their way. And RMU are melting through their lines. York, they tried a desperate fight. The combination was not there. And now the desperation turns to despair. 4 dead for 1 as RMU look towards Baron.
And they'll be able to pick this one up. Only Sky left alive. Orbital, it's the same problem we've been having all game, or York Spartans have been having all game. A lack of damage. They couldn't finish off the Baron, and Roger bought so much time for the team. He dragged all of RMU away, but great play from RMU. They recognize, hey, we aren't catching Roger. Why is he doing this? All right, it's sleight of hand. He's distracting us. Baron is on the table. They collapse in, they recognize the trick, and they get their reward for doing so. The push that RMU need, the ability to actually play forward for the first time this game.
And I mean, I don't hate that call either. If York had just, what, 2,000 more gold in their pocket, which I know is obviously a large ask, that would have been down, right? They were on that in a flash. As soon as Roger started proxying, you saw them all there. So the idea wasn't bad. It's just they were a little bit too far behind. Now, are they going to be able to do it with this Dragon? This Dragon could be big. RMU are going to be here. You know this fact. You are on soul point. York need to take a look here. They don't really have the vision. So they're trying to clear the wave and trying to get a little bit more oomph. They could give it up as well, but I don't know if they actually want to do that either.
I don't think they have a choice. If you get Ace right here, Orbital, with Baron buff, RMU could just look to end the game. And this is why I said step 1 for York Spartans was to get vision, because it is not actually an easy task on a Chemtech map when RMU is this far ahead.
Look how
Zero
bright
vision,
that is.
by the way.
Yeah. Oh my god. Literally night and day, by the way. Literally night and day in the warding vision right there. Oh man, easy pickup by RMU, getting closer and closer to that soul point.
And for York Spartans now is the real test, right? Now RMU is actually pushing up. About half the Baron is gone. Can they defend against this? I mean, there's a lot of good poke that Noisy Boy can put down, especially when he's this far ahead in the game. 5 items completed already.
Ooh.
I think maybe you look for the flank into the back line. Like, you got to catch Hate and Noisy Boy. That last fight, they couldn't find them, and that's why it went so poorly for the Spartans.
I'd actually say they did. It's just Gluten wasn't the one behind, but they're going to look for it. That's going to be the Shockwave combo. They land, and the sight behind! The wombo works! The Petrifying Gaze only denies the inevitable as Hate gets hooked up as well. Roger again draws our attention, but it's the bot lane that brings it home, and it's a triple kill for Sky. The guard is right back in action.
How is this happening, Orbital? This is what I mean, though. This is the combo you need to find. They found Noisy Boy. Last time, Orbital, I know the Shockwave found everybody, but I don't care. I don't count that as finding Noisy Boy, because Noisy Boy lived and was healthy. And now with Roger just split pushing as well right now, the Baron has been completely burnt out. York Spartans are pushing straight down mid and finding whatever they can get in the next 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's on the top side, knowing that you can't really contest mid. You're going to lose a tower pretty easily, so what do? You try and make sure Roger doesn't get more. Roger has been indispensable in drawing our eyes to places it has no reason being. At this point, you are a red herring. Def not Roger. It's definitely not the focus in these fights. York are showing that they can tangle with the best of them, even when things look dire. RMU, I don't want to say you're sweating, but I think you're sweating a little bit. You are hunting for this jump, but again, the fancy feet out of Sky, walking on clouds right now.
all the dodges overall that we didn't see in lane are coming up for Sky now.
Okay,
and you know
that's just mean. That's just mean. That's also very fair.
You know what? I'd take them late rather than early, to be honest. Sure, the late phase is really rough, but if you can dodge everything later, that wins you games. And for RMU, I wonder if there's doubt in their minds right now. It feels like every time they've tried to actually push up, it's backfired on them repeatedly. And sure, part of that is compositional. But I think part of that as well is the fact that when you're pushing into York, it gives them better vision. So it's easier for them to facilitate these picks. And as the game goes later and later, Orbital, sure, the skilling from Cassiopeia is really strong. but Noisy Boy is about to cap out at 6 items. And Sky is starting to catch back up. It's still a ways away. You're about 1.5 items behind your counterpart as Sky, but you're getting there. And the souls might be less as farming Senna, but there is still some trickle income from the soul stack.
Yeah, about 100 souls, not terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but it's enough to kind of warrant that damage aspect. And we saw, right? The Dawning Shadow was nasty to finish off Noisy Boy. And the other side of it is York are starting to have their split pusher come up. This this Garen pick that was blind picked, we knew what it's for. We know why you pick it up.
Yeah.
It's done its job. It hasn't really impressed me outside of it, which granted is, I think, due to Roger.
Yeah, 100%. And the fact that Roger, and this is why I was kind of saying RMU on red side might benefit a little bit more, just because Roger knew what he was doing when he picked this Udyr into the Garen. You kind of nullify the Garen early. It's kind of weird where both of you kind of want to just nullify each other, but the skilling from that Udyr just feels so much better on that split push later than Garen. And that's what Death Knot Roger's been doing all game. He's just been split pushing, drawing attention. Every time you get distracted, boom, the team engages on you. If you don't get distracted, boom, you lose a turret. And York Spartan, you're playing such a patient mid to late game that a lot of that gold lead we're seeing is being nullified by their macro.
It's the reason why we say they're a team to watch out for, even in this early game. Yeah, we could say they could shore it up. There's always something to kind of fix up, right? There's always something to try and figure out, but at the current moment, they're showing their mid to late is still very strong. However, at the current moment, take a look at where they're positioned. Dragon up in about 40 seconds. Dogfish still on the top side with TP, though. So that might be the next call down. We'll see what they decide to do, as that wouldn't be sold for RMU, so York might just push mid.
York has to be careful about this, right? But both these teams, when they're pushing out right now, York is pushing into no vision whatsoever. And RMU still very, very strong. Pipsqueak looking for that engage.
Oh, that's actually big.
Daisy down.
Yeah, that's actually huge. You needed that extra buffer, that little extra body to help kind of potentially help against the paranoia. And now Ryan actually tries to jump forward. Roger now running interference. That's going to be Sky to try and step forward. And Dogfish says, hey, maybe I get some help. But Gluten actually chunked out here. This fight is getting a little bit messy. I don't really know who's on top, but Gluten, all you need is that shockwave and you're good. Reese wanted to have that chance to draw in as Mr. Borealis gets a nice shockwave in the back line. That's going to be the catch. Do you kill Noisy Boy? No, you don't. Noisy's still alive. That's it. That's over. RMU win the fight.
Okay, the fight still kind of continues, but again, the shockwave or the shockwave paranoia, combo didn't come through. Orbital. It feels like we keep missing it, and without it, we're not doing the damage.
Oh,
the backscat cancel.
No. The round 2. I said the fight was over, and this is why. If you don't kill Noisy Boy gets to kill you. Look at the WQ combo. It's just wrong. It feels terrible. Bot lane getting pressured in. RMU have everything in the world to try and get as much of the base as they can. Ryan, though, jumps over the wall. Down goes for the side of Ryan. And, I mean, Noisy Boy says, cool, now I pick up the kill. The Nexus towers are going down. So it's Dogfish and Hate. We're able to force them out. Sky can't do anything. Sky's down. Sky's out of the fight. You can't even get back to base. RMU are going to win game number 2.
Yeah, they've got to finish this still.
I think they're good. Okay, they still have all the damage. It's over. RMU with an immaculate early game from Noisy Boy pushed us to a game 3.
And overall, this is what I'm talking about. When we finished game 1, it wasn't that York Spartans just overwhelmed RMU from start to finish. There were very clear moments where RMU was in control, and this time with the draft, they drafted Orbital. They played to their strengths. They played to that bot lane, and Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan, they got to rampage all over this game.
I'm scared at this point. Like you said, there are clear defining moments, and one of those is the bot lane from York needs to shore up. And I'm not saying it's their fault, but you have to identify that things are not going well. That is now 2 games in a row that Noisy Boy has been allowed a lead. And for the side of York, we didn't see it in game number 2 because RMU decided to stay on Blue's side. Do we see a side swap, or do we see them stay on this red side?
True. And if they don't side swap Orbital, the sort of picks that came through as well. Let's remember that actually Roger didn't last pick his champion because the Garen was already picked by RMU earlier on, so they didn't bother holding on to that one. That was the counter pick, and I kind of want to see definitely not Roger on a pick that has more impact. Udyr is obnoxious and annoying. Yes, he can win a game by split pushing, but I just think definitely not Roger has so much more impact when you give something that can actually join the team fight.
All right, well, there you go. We're going into the finale of this first series. Of course, there's another series afterwards, but you're honed in here. NECC League of Legends action will continue in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to another finale of the stage play between RMU and York College of Pennsylvania. I mean, it has been a time, and I, quite honestly, after game number one's mid to late from York, I did not expect this. But Noisy Boy has been making an absolute ruckus, turning this play, concert, into an absolute circus. Let's be real, that Ezreal was nasty.
It was, Orbital, and that's why we chose this game for tonight. Are you not entertained? Because I certainly am. I sit as ready, and I'm glad that I was, Orbital. And finally, into game 3, York Spartan Green have opted for the blue side. So the teams have selected blue side every single time they can. And I'm curious to see if the bans swap up, because for the side of York Spartans Green, they've banned Thresh, Azir, Twitch every single game so far. Going to game 3, I think they might have to give one up for Ezreal, because they just did not have an answer for that one.
Well, they did not, and I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right? Like, this is going to be a big part. And then also for Roger, I think we wanted to discuss this a little bit, because Roger now has shown 2 games where you've been kind of that red herring in the top side, but you can also have a lot of oomph behind it, right? So we want to see Roger on something that can bring a lot more attention on their own, not just in presence, but also in damage output. The Azir ban away, York Spartan's still saying we don't want to play that one. The Twitch is still there. Surprisingly, 2 out of the 3 bans have kept the same throughout all 3 games.
Okay, and that means the Thresh is the one I expect to see dropped and replaced with Ezreal. I think the Thresh you can definitely let through. To give credit to Ramage Ryan, I think his Leona is much scarier, and we saw it last game, the way he was able to disrupt a lot of the initial fights and engages, and even the aggression in lane. I think that level 2 engage that came out will be something that York Spartans will have to remember going into game 3.
We'll have to keep eyes and see if that early game still creates some noise. Right now, Robert Morris University, though, where do they want to go? Right? There were a few things that went right in the mid game. In game number 2, what'd you say? Sorry.
I'd say same bands if you're asking where they want to go. Zach Camille, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were things. I mean, bot lane really for Robert Morris is great. There were some interesting moments throughout the rest that I would say, but I do agree. Keep it the same. It's no problem. There it is. So Noisy Boy not getting that Ezreal and then immediate snap up of this Maokai. York Spartans, I actually really like this pick.
Yeah, considering what we've seen come through from the side of Reese so far, it's been mostly like kind of aggressive-esque junglers. Like with the Zac, you want to play forward, you want to get those ganks going. With the Nocturne, you're going in. Maokai feels like a much more defensive utility support, and I like it. Because now, if they fall behind, York Spartans have more options. They have a safer way to actually approach objectives and team fights with those saplings.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, the Nature's Grass being an absolute dominating force just feels oppressive. Going down through the river, through the jungle, wherever you decide to go. Robert Morris, though, where do they want to go? So normally, I think in drafts 1 and 2, every time a jungle has been picked, or, you know, any of those instances, they do go ahead and match it up. And yeah, this is a combo that worked last time. Pipsqueak, you know, I give credit where credit is due. Game number 2 felt a little bit better only because you didn't have to worry about, you know, do you land hooks or not? The shields were great. That GP, though, Def Not Roger said, all right, we are going all out aggression. Gimme the signature.
And it's been banned the entire series up to this point, Orbital. I like it. We talked about the fact that, hey, this is a champion that Def Not Roger not only knows well, plays a lot, but will give him that global pressure to influence the other lanes. Roger has won his lane both games so far. The difficulty has been transitioning. In game 1, he did it with the Camille. In game 2, with the Udyr, he never could quite get in there. So I'm really liking this GP pick right now.
It also shifts a lot of pressure off of that top side now into the bot side, right? Where have we been saying York have actually struggled very intensively? It's been in that bot side, right? Sky and Mr. Borealis have not had the greatest laning time, but now, because of that, yeah, you go ahead, lock in your mid lane. You are straight up saying it's going to be a bot lane duel. That is where a majority share of those second round bans are going to go. And I really like that. Not only that, Gluten on the Orianna didn't really look comfortable. This Vladimir, one of his most played champions, being locked in.
His most played this split, Orbital, and it synergizes so well as well with what Maokai and GP are bringing to the table. A lot of what Vladimir struggles to do is engage. Kind of similarly to Garen, except without the speed boost Garen has. Vlad just runs at you. Now you've got a slow, you've got literal roots to hold people down. I love this pickup, and it's all comfort picks so far for the side of York Spartans Green. We see the Cassiopeia coming out, though. Another really steady scaling champion who can match that Vladimir later on. And as you said, last 2 picks for both teams going to be in the bot lane. We see the Cenaban I'm going to be honest, I didn't think Sky had the best game with it, but respect. RMU saying, okay, we know you can do better, and we don't want to see that.
I also wonder if they're throwing out that that Sivir ban. It doesn't look like a Sivir comp from York Spartans, but it could be there. I really do appreciate the Xayah ban though. Robert Morris, you could be going for that angle.
Ooh.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so still under the
This makes
assumption
sense.
that the Maokai could go support. I really like that.
Yeah.
And then the Smolder. Okay, so York, yeah, 4 ADCs, get Noisy Boy out of here.
Yeah, and actually, that's actually a good read by RMU. I forgot that Mr. Borealis is actually the Maokai player on this team, second most played champion. It has taken a couple of nerfs specifically targeted at the support role, so I'm not super confident on how it's gonna fare in as a support right now, especially into something like a Leona, where traditionally Maokai's been able to disengage pretty effectively. I suspect that Leona versus Maokai in the current state of things, Maokai will lose the straight up trade, and it's more about bush control and disengage for this Maokai rather than actual 2v2 trades.
All right, listen, RMC, what's the ADC? We have 5 ADC bans. What's the ADC?
Varus is still on the table if we want to look at that. What else do we have? Lucian's of the War. Okay, that was not on my cards. Okay,
All right,
and then Jungle
what
J4.
is it? What is it, RMC? all
Oh,
right.
I like this. I was actually going to call for a Caitlyn. I was trying to check to see if Noisy Boy actually plays the Caitlyn, but instead it's going to be the Ashe coming out. And I just realized, looking at Vayne, both these AD carries play Vayne Orbital, so that was actually an almost deny away from Noisy Boy.
I'm all right. It's game 3. I think I'm allowed to be a little bit critical. I'm not very excited about this. I know Sky plays Vayne, but this is another do or die champion kind of situation, right? Either the Vayne gets ahead or the Vayne dies. And after game 2, respect to Sky for picking it up.
You know what? Your entire team's skilling anyways. I actually kind of like it here for Sky because it's a comfort pick. And literally, like we said, York Spartans have drafted almost comfort across the board. And worst comes to worst, Orbital, as long as you don't hyper accelerate the game with your feeding, the GP will skill. The Vlad will skill. You've got a J4 who's a really strong early ganker as well. And with the Cataclysm, will actually set Vayne up quite nicely. So I do think if you're going to pick a Vayne, this is a good spot for it, but it's incredibly risky. I agree. RMU on the other side, let's talk about their draft a little bit. I like the Ivern Garen early picks. It's a very safe top side of the map. It didn't work out quite as well last game, but the Garen is still sort of a threat. Say, if you want to pick a skiller, I'm going to dumpster you in lane. The bot half of the map, really good CC coming out from all 3 roles. Still, very good sustained damage. And Ashe, you might not think of her as a scaling champion, but she does a surprising amount of damage in the late game when she hits that sort of 5-6 item build as well. My concern is, of course, the fact that the scaling is good, but so is the other side, and you're outranged by the likes of a GP. You are outfought by the likes of a Vladimir, and you cannot stop the J4 from engaging with just CC.
I mean, that's true, but it feels like RMU's bot side has defied the odds before, and that's what I want to ask you here. I know you lined this up before, but we have to take into account the level of play that Noisy Boy has shown. At this point, you're in a state of flow, it feels like. You are winning almost every engage. Do you foresee those types of kills occurring once again in this bot side for RMU? They got an early level 2 in game 2, and not only that, cheesing a death brush on your enemy laner with 2 towers still up. Are we going to see that type of games again, or do you think it's going to be a little more standardized and the Ashe is going to be relegated to just farming towards mid to late?
No, 100% we are going to see something like that. Orbital. If the junglers don't get involved, I already said with the nerfs to Maokai, I'm not confident in his ability to lane head-to-head against the Leona, but you picked the Vayne, so you are going head-to-head against them. And then Ashe is actually one of the most oppressive laning AD carries. Her volley is basically an unanswerable poke. Ashe was the counter to Caitlyn back in the day, and Caitlyn has the longest range of all AD carries. Now, with this Vayne trying to tumble forward into this Ashe, good luck with that. Vayne just got a small nerf as well. Her early game's a little bit weaker. Her tumble is on a longer cooldown. I fully expect Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan to know this and to take full advantage of their range and CC advantage. And level 6, originally Ashe Leona was a bot lane that was a kill lane at level 6. We might see it again.
All right, well, the other side of it then, do we get to see Sky run the cleanser or not? Is it going to be, there it is! All right, so I'm actually happy about this. So I didn't mention it before. I think it was in game 1. We saw Noisy Boy actually run Flash Ghost on a Smolder against a massive CC pot. I respect the cleanse. People call it cheap, whatever.
Yeah. No.
Like, you gotta run it here, right?
100%. And game 1, Noisy Boy had a Morgana in his pocket. So he had the Black Shield. So it's okay if you don't run cleanse as long as you trust your support. And props to Ryan for being that trustable support. But this game, as a Vayne with a Maokai, no, Sky needs the cleanse.
If you don't, that's another level of disrespect that rightfully should be punished at that point, right? You're just like, all right, like, you deserve any death that's coming your way. At the current moment, though, a nice little attempt at an invade by York. I appreciate it, right? You go ahead, take and peek your head in. No other vision given over to the side of RMU either. So what is that? That's a free extra CS. Gluten gets what? I think it's, I want to say 5 gold is all it is. They downplayed Trinket Wards, right?
Yeah, I think it is, 5 gold for that early take. And if everybody's there as well.
Hey, there it is.
Yep, there.
I like it. Thank you, Observer, for that.
that early ward, I don't think is going to make that big a difference. Sometimes, if you're a solo and you clear out a ward sort of thing, you might get the earlier power spike. But also because it is on Gluten Disaster on the Vlad. Yeah, Vlad level 2 is not the scariest thing to see.
Nope. Really isn't, and that's the other side. And actually, I'll be very interested to watch, right? Haint in game number 2, we didn't talk about as much. We didn't really hyper talk about as much because the scaling on the Cassiopeia, literally, I see it on the screen. It was overshadowed, right, by the Ezreal of Noisy Boy. So yeah, this time around, I mean, Haint actually had a really, really good time. I'm looking forward to the Cassiopeia again.
Yeah, and as you said, right, the Haint's
okay.
Pipsqueak.
Okay.
Does Pipsqueak go down here? Like, does Reese?
No.
Okay, I was wondering when the cooldowns
Reese
are coming
is just
back
being
up for that.
annoying.
I don't know. I think this is really, really effective. And if Pipsqueak goes back to this again, could find himself dead, right? A flash, flag and drag could take him out. It does mean, though, that Reese is slowed down in his clear in order to interrupt this. Because Pipsqueak has already set up the top side of the map. He can go and pick that up very quickly. Reese still needs to actually clear his jungle.
You know what that was for, RMC? That was for the walk up, claim and smite that Pipsqueak laid down in game number 2. That was like, all right, I'm going to take your life here in a sec. You better back up.
You take my blue, I'm not letting you take yours this game.
It's pure revenge. I love it. Listen, but that's the thing. About game 3s, this is where we actually see things kind of kick off. You had 2 games to adjust to your opponent. And we sometimes get to see those shifts. We get to see those adjustments being made. And I always like to say, in game 3s, either we get to see massive aggression come out of teams, or we get to see massive kind of conservation. This time around, it is going to be that aggression.
Okay.
Noisy Boy getting jumped on him with the Ash. You have no real way out. That's an easy first blood for, of all champions, the Vayne.
Okay, that impression don't matter. Like I said, as long as the junglers get involved and Reese able to get there just a little bit ahead of Pipsqueak. And the thing with Vayne too is she's such a huge snowball champion. If she starts to get ahead, not only, first of all, does Leona struggle when she's behind, but you can just run at the Ashe, kind of run them down, even through the slows, if you're ahead. So you love to see that. And I actually want to see Reese regank this bot lane not too long from now, because Ramage Ryan did burn the flash. You've got that 5-minute window to capitalize on it.
Mm-hmm. It's such a nice opportunity. And again, for these junglers that honestly were level 6 monsters in game 1 and 2, right? They were the mid game, try and get in the mix then. I like the fact that you called it out. Reese does want to get in the mix early game. We do want to see that J4 get in, because if you wait till mid game, you've actually lost a lot of value, right? Like, that's actually pretty scary. Pipsqueak, though, on the top side, now trying to interfere with this top lane aggression. Reese not going to be allowed to get in for free. Instead, I'm going to clear their waves, look to kind of hone out, and be able to allow Roger a chance to scale up to level 6.
Yeah, and for Roger right now, you're not necessarily looking for ganks or kill threat. I think Roger's handling this lane well, making sure that he pokes down Dogfish so that Dogfish can't just regenerate and all in. And you're just looking to farm as a GP. So I don't expect too much action up here from the side of your Spartans.
This is the point where GP starts being a pain in the butt, right? Like, we're already seeing the barrel chains come out. I'm just like, I already hate watching this. Please, I don't want to see top lane ever again.
Well, but that's the thing. It's annoying, Orbital. It's not game-breaking. And again, it's actually hard for Roger to get the kill as long as Dogfish knows how much damage he can afford to take. And if anything, I still feel like definitely not Roger is the one who's kind of playing on a tightrope, right? If you mess up, especially once we're past level 6, which should be coming up soon, Garen can absolutely burst you down, and Pipsqueak does a lot to allow you to do that.
Oh, that was the wrong range to go into. Ryan takes 2 tower shots. You are going to try and snipe away, but the Condemn against the wall cleans an easy kill, and now Noisy Boy, with only a flash available, has to walk away, but Cannon Barrage comes in, and now you might have to run away. Another tumble forward means you do get the flash, and I mean, Ryan, again, we talked about Ryan's willing to go aggressive, but this time around, caught the wrong fish.
Man, if Sky was level 6 and had that final hour, I think the movement speed would have been enough to actually run Noisy Boy down.
Yep.
But right now, remember how I talked about the Maokai nerfs and the fact that, hey, you know, maybe Leona is the strongest side of that matchup? Yeah, none of that matters when you're going under a turret.
Yeah. It was, and I give credit. Ryan, I don't think was expecting to catch the Vayne either, right? Like, you see Mr. Borealis, like, okay, get the Maokai, that's fine. However, at this current moment, Dragon is being taken. Noisy Boy and Ryan are here. Pipsqueak looking to try and smite out. Who gets it? That is going to be a steal. Pipsqueak gets it, and now you might get the kills behind. Level 6 Gluten Disaster tries to go in. Hemo Plague is going to get the back line, but again, Sky is picking up kills. Yes, you lost the Dragon, but how much more can you get? Now you have to run away, though. York going to lose their mid laner. Double kill over to Haint. And it is going to be an exchange of kills on multiple major carries.
Yeah, great collapse in from RMU to recognize that, hey, I think they went towards this Dragon. We saw them walking up the river, and we saw Mr. Borealis, the support, doing that as well. They find the kills to equalize things. 2 of the kills, or Kate getting 1 of the kills as well. That's going to be really, really nice. Or 2 of the kills, actually. I can't recall how many went that way, but it's 2-0 and 1 for the Cassiopeia, who's scaling into the Vladimir. That's nice, but York, all kills are still on Sky. This bot lane is still the focus, albeit on the other foot compared to games 1 and 2.
This is gonna be a shift and a change. This is gonna be interesting. I'm just, RMC, I'm excited, right? Like, this is the adjustments you want to see out of a top caliber team, right? And yes, it did come into a game 3, but I mean, you won game 1, right? Like, that's the whole thing. I love seeing adjustments. I love seeing identification of weak points and changing that game state. And for RMU's sake, they're going to have to find a way to change it mid-game. This might not be the way to do so, as Noisy Boy able to get a lot of free fire down. We talked about the current situation, and that's going to be 1 more auto attack. That wave helped out so well.
Yeah.
I was half joking about that. Noisy Boy just proved me wrong.
Yeah. And again, questionable choices coming through from the supports a little bit there. I think Mr. Borealis was right in thinking he could probably handle the 2v2, but that was many v2 with the minion wave pushing in. And not only does Mr. Borealis goes down, that's going to be a plate and a half going the way of RMU. So going a long distance towards equalizing this.
Yep, 2. Yep. Even better.
Straight up 2, okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. These teams are kind of working outside of our expectations right now, which we really, really like. At least for me, as a caster, having my predictions kind of proven wrong by the players themselves makes me very happy. The fact that Noisy Boy and Ryan are able to find kind of the wins back, even against a 3-0 Vayne. That's something that they desperately need, right? They need to get this value. On the top side, Dogfish, yes, you're not able to sustain as well as you would like, but you're holding steady, right? You only lost a plate so far, and Roger, again, kind of nullified and relegated to this farm up, hope to have mid-late game presence.
But here's the problem, for Dogfish specifically. Going even is not okay when you're a Garen. When you're an Ornn, that's fine. But as a Garen, you needed to win that. GP will outscale you. And if anything, Roger's the one happy to sit back this game. You're not the Udyr. You're not looking to apply that early pressure into your lane.
That's the other side of it. So very, very... I stand corrected on probably a very important point, because now Roger's going to be like, yo, let me throw some damage down. And I'm going to be like, all right, I deserve that probably. In that mid lane, though, that's a flash forward. I saw this coming. Hank, in this danger zone, said, you have no flash. I win that battle.
Nice answer then. That's one of the things with the Vladimir into Cassiopeia sort of matchup. The poison still ticks even when you're in the pool. And especially if we do see sort of the Rylai's come through for Cassiopeia, she sticks onto you and she outdamages you. We already talked about that last game quite a bit. The Vladimir is really about the team fighting later on and amplifying your team's damage and doing a bunch of AoE compared to Cassiopeia's more single target focus with the Poison Fangs.
Oh. Re-sneaking in here. We talked about trying to get a gank down before that timer is up, and now they get to call it. Solar Flare comes in, but again, they're going to look for Noisy Boy. In comes Pipsqueak to help out, but that is going to be the Cannon Barrage working wonders. It's still a win, though, for the side of Noisy Boy. You're the one that gets jumped on, and you're still able to make it a 1-for-1. Not only that, you might be able to find another as Reese has to run away. Honestly, RMU negating a lot of extra deaths.
Yeah, I don't know who I'd say played that better because I think both of them did wonderfully there. The fact that York was setting up the ambush and RMU actually won out the initial trade. I want to highlight Sky actually auto, I think it was a minion or failed to auto Noisy Boy one extra time, and that's why Sky ended up going down first. Now, is that a bad thing? I'm not sure because Roger picked up the kill, and Roger is a big carry for the team, and frankly, I think probably the bigger threat later into the game with that barrel poke.
And you get a free cleanse pretty much out of it too, so yeah, I would agree with that one. Dogfish, though, I don't know if we're going to see the exact same build. Last time it was the second item, Serpent's Fang. I don't think you have as many shields this time around, so maybe we're going to see a little different style from Dogfish to come out.
Yeah, I'd expect a bit more tankiness. If you're going lethality into a Gangplank as a Garen, you could just get blown up in 2 or 3 arrow combos. You don't have the ability to trade in to actually out-trade the GP because he is ranged into your melee. So we'll kind of have to see how it goes for now, though. Yeah, it doesn't look like that Trinity Force that we saw in game 1.
Doesn't have to either. Look at that, Roger going ahead and pressuring in as much as possible. Again, with the grubs kind of going the way. Keep in mind, in game number 1, York were able to get 5. But Mr. Borealis on the bot side, going to turn into a little bit of fodder. Easy CC. Flash is available, but I mean, you really can't get away from that one. So it's a free kill on the bot lane to Noisy Boy.
Yep, sort of that CC combo we're talking about, that kill lane of Leona and Ashe. You just layer on the CC, people can't run away. And York is fully aware of this, so the Spartans have already rotated to pick up the grubs top side Dogfish. Actually, that was so good.
I love it.
I mean, I love the fact that Roger knew what they were looking for. You're kind of low on health. Maybe you get executed. The fast fingers, the simultaneous tandem flash, and that gives Roger all the time in the world alone with this turret. There is TP available for Dogfish, but I don't think Dogfish is going to come back in time to even look at this fall.
No, I would also like to say, I think Roger, as soon as you get the animation for the Q, you can flash away, right? Like, as soon as the animation is going, I think that's what they saw. I don't think they were expecting the flash afterwards, though. That was very, very fun. So, enjoyed that fight. Big point, though. We've seen a Cloud Soul, I think. No, we saw a Kentex Soul game 2. We saw a Mountain Soul game 1. We get the best possible Soul for an aggressive action game. We get the Infernal to come out for game 3.
I love it, and I think both of these teams would be more than happy to pick that up. But overall, for me, it's less about the soul and more about the dragon fights we're going to get to see from both of these teams and how they're going to pilot it. Because we've seen really good laning from both of these teams, but we haven't gotten to see a team fight just yet. We are not quite out the laning phase. We should be now that Roger's taken the turret. But everybody's still sat in their assigned lanes for now.
I mean, do they really want to change things up? That's the other side. I know Sky and Mr. Borealis do. They want out of this. They're like, yo, we're not having as much fun as we thought we were early game. Mr. Borealis, I think, is the main recipient of that. Reese, though, trying to run interference and trying to have a bit more value here. Gonna play backup. Do they gotta find this fight? Another word goes down, spots out Reese, and well-timed, well-played by Ryan and Noisy Boy, keeping themselves safe again.
Well, I have very little sympathy for Sky right now in a rough lane. You blinded that Vayne. You knew what you were getting into. Vayne's not the best laner. There's a lot of tough, rough matchups for the Vayne. And you picked it for later on. If anything, props to Sky for actually still being up in CS after Noisy Boy and Ramage Ryan stabilized this lane. Sure, you're losing some plates, taking a bit of damage there, but you didn't lose the extra plate after that sort of first death that came through from Mr. Borealis.
That's true. You're doing okay. You're keeping yourselves safe. Noisy Boy and Ryan are fine. And it looks like they're going to try and take this tower here in a bit because, I mean, there's no other real danger as long as they keep eyes on where Reese is. For the other side, though, Haint in the mid lane has actually secured the largest CS lead I think we've seen out of Haint and Gluten in all 3 games, right? About 20 CS up, 3-0-1, and for very good reason. You're pretty dang strong versus Gluten. Oh, I saw the inklings there. Roger, though, gets a kill on the top side. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's another kill onto Gluten. Haint is now 4-0-1, but needless to say, you better power up faster because Roger is starting to get fed.
Yeah, this is becoming a race, an arms race between Haint and Death Knot Roger right now. And that's kind of why I wanted to see Death Knot Roger actually get out the top lane. That is the most punishable lane. And I am worried for York Spartans if RMU can collapse in. Noisy Boy left alone down here. They know this because they saw Ramage Ryan up in the mid lane earlier.
Yeah. This is also really scary, by the way. Def Not Roger is sitting at about 8k with only 6.2 to Haint's pockets. So, considering Haint has already gotten that scaling in, you know, has the Rod of Ages and is building into that Ceres, like, it's fine. But Roger is a monster right now. 2.5 items, well, 2 items with a couple components in the back pocket. I'm amazed RMU are not trying to put more into this top side. Neither team is currently budging on these lane assignments, and I think you said it. It's interesting that it's not happening.
I do expect them to move soon because after all, Dragon is spawning in a minute 20 seconds, and while definitely not Roger has the Cannon Barrage and TP, and I think I actually just bought items as well, so doesn't have a ton of gold in pocket. Was actually in debt a little bit there. I do think having the GP at the Dragon first to set up the barrels, to set up the poke, is going to mean so much more than just rushing the ultimate TP and actually just straight up fighting without the setup.
Let's see what they can do. Haint in the mid lane, still being a beast, if you will. This guy's CP is so scary, but Dragon is up. And take a look at the wards, by the way. Again, RMU have had all these pink wards up the entire time. That has not changed, sure. I think, throughout. So, very impressive there. And honestly, Roger, not even worried. Still pressuring again. I wonder if they sack. It would be crazy if they sack, but I wonder if they sack and Roger's just like, yo, let me get more farm in me.
I guess if you can keep Dogfish low so that when they TP in, Dogfish is at a disadvantage, maybe you try and do that. But no, he's basing now, as we call it, 20 seconds on that Dragon. York Spartans right now clearing out all the vision. So RMU's hard work kind of undone. That's a lot of gold actually going the way of York Spartans just from clearing wards.
It's blind. York are literally wandering through a force of darkness that only their eyes can see. I'm surprised they want to go for this. You can see it. They're wondering what's going on here. Hawkshot goes out. It is going to blink over just about all of them. Noisy Boy, that was saying, hey, they are going to be 5. Where's the rest of the team? In goes Daisy. Nature's Grasp goes out. Cannon Barrage lands on multiple. And that's going to be Cataclysm in the back line. And look at Pipsy low. But the burst in the Hemoblade brings death to all Gluten, who has been shut down lane all day long. And Roger, who has been dominating lane all game long, come out with a solid 2 apiece.
Our first big team fight, Orbital. And it looked incredibly one-sided for the side of York Spartans. They didn't even poke. They just went, oh, you're approaching me? We just roll you over. And we've got to credit a lot of that to Definitely Not Roger. That gold lead we keep pulling up over and over again. Why? Because it's so huge. Double Dogfish almost. 3,000 up from Haint. Goes even bigger as he takes this turret. Roger is the problem, and RMU do not have the answer.
The solution is in a faraway land, maybe down by like minute 35. At the current moment, though, it's a problem. It is such a big one. Not just that. Keep in mind, Gluten, who has been shut down pretty much the entire laning phase, Haint did an amazing job of that, by the way.
Yep.
In that round, got 2 kills and 2 assists. That was such a big pickup that Gluten is now an actual threat. You cannot let this lad get away with all this damage, and I'm actually very interested to watch. Sky, though, also getting locked down as the rest of the team comes in to help out their ADC. It's going to trigger another team fight here in the mid lane. TP coming in. Now, how much are they actually going to gauge? Reese looking for a chance. And with that sapling, he's going to find Noisy Boy, who has those summoner spells. Huge petrifying gaze, though. Is going to try and turn around. Another E is not going to kill. And they're going to have to run away. Take a look. Daisy's coming out to try and help out. A huge tether underneath the tower. As Ryder's going to try to run interference. But hey, that's the barrel. The barrel takes him out as Roger sends the Cannon Barrage again. What are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. York slaughtering RMU underneath their own Cataclysm catches too! The raw skill that it takes to hit to press R, as that will be 4 dead on RMU's side.
I have never seen that before, Orbital. Reese's Cataclysm literally just rocked Noisy Boy's world, catching them as they were trying to escape. And with that, York would have got another ace if Dogfish was actually at that fight. As it stands, they clean up in the mid lane. They get the push in the mid lane. And for RMU, I know I already said they don't look like they have an answer, but it's gone from bad to worse, and they are reeling after that. They are now down 9,000 gold before Baron.
If I were sitting there, if I were calculating, I'd be like, yo, the pirate may have gathered a bit too much booty. Like, this is a bit out of control, right? Like, GP is a threat, and it's starting to spread to the rest of the team. You're starting to see York play in a way that they haven't done, I think, in games 1 and 2, right? they're playing with far more confidence than they were previously, right? This squad, for good reason, are champions in the Challengers division before, and they're showing it. As soon as they get a proper lead, you can tell they know that they're ahead and they're willing to fight. That tower dive, by the way, was not supposed to happen. They were literally just trying to save their ADC who got hit by a solar flare. That was it. It turned into a roll, and I expect to see it again. Are RMU going to be ready? I'm not sure, but they better have an answer in about a minute and a half when they gotta get ready for Dragon.
I'm gonna be honest, I think York could actually just look at Baron if they wanted.
I was thinking it, but I didn't want to call it. I was like,
I'll call it. You're literally up almost 10,000. You're up 9,000 gold right now. That is hugely significant at this stage of the game. That's 33% more than your opponents. And on top of that, here's the problem for RMU. You get one hawk shot, and once that's down, how do you approach this Baron pit? We've seen what the barrels can do to you on the way in. You don't have a lot of great ways to get over that wall either. This is a fairly low mobility composition from RMU. So if York want to threaten the Baron, RMU just have to play along and have to put their lives at risk to try and stop it.
Gotta play with your lives on the line, even with all the vision in the world. I mean, which RMU have actually done very well of, right? Whenever they do get the chance, they are dropping wards, they are trying to converge on a lot of those easy spots, but I'm honestly kind of worried about this. We are watching RMU for the first time head into the mid game with a deficit. Games 1 and 2 felt both times that they had a lead in some form or capacity. How do they come back? We have not seen them in this position yet. And for RMU, they're probably thinking the same thing. It is going to be definitely not Roger now matching up with possibly the strongest member of RMU and saying, I want nothing to do with it. That is going to be some grievous wounds in the pocket of paint as well. So optimizing into a bit more of the healing cut division for the team.
Yeah, and I'm actually really curious how this sort of Cassiopeia GP matchup is going to roll. Because if definitely Roger gets the free poke on this Cassiopeia, then you literally have no one who can answer the GP split push. And it's really rough when GP is that far ahead that you can't split push, you can't team fight. What can you do? Because GP can not only split push, he can team fight while split pushing with Cannon Barrage. So you really need an answer one way or another, or else just watch as the game slips away.
Either way, York are going to force them into a dire situation and a dire call.
Oh.
They may not enjoy. I mean, take a look at this. Baron started up and not a glance at Dragon. RMU don't have a shot. And because of that, York actually have a chance to take both of the global objectives they so wish. You can see the TP now onto the bot side as Roger, I think, is going to try and run interference here. And this is going to be the big question. Dragon now started up by RMU quite a bit late. Roger looking on the side. It looks like it is burning down at quite a quick pace. I think RMU do have this, and it is going to be completed. Well done by RMU to realize and gather as quick as possible, but they may pay the price in Haint. I mean, there's only so much you can do. A Cannon Barrage behind as Haint is going to live.
Do they know?
I'm not sure if you actually want this. I'm not sure if you want this. They're going to try and lock it down, but over the wall they go. Cataclysm catches all of them. They do kill the GP. Now a double TP comes out. The Dragon might not be the end of the show. Actually, it's just the bell to start. In goes the Vayne as Sky rips through them all. Says, you cannot duel me out. The heals are not going to be enough. However, the revenge might be oh so sweet. As Dogfish is going to die. Cleanse to deny any of the other burn. As Mr. Borealis runs interference. York force RMU to pay a hefty price.
Okay, Orbital, that actually went a lot better for RMU than as expected. I thought they were going to get full wiped by Roger, but great collapsing to be able to answer that means they're actually able to trade back. And they're able to slow down the Baron push, because that's the critical thing. Because of that reset, York Spartans are going to have to wait another 5 seconds for Roger to come back up. Roger can't be that huge split push threat with the Baron he otherwise could have been. And as long as we're still in that team fighting phase, there is still a chance for RMU. We saw it right there. If Haint can get the Petrifying Gaze down, the CC chain between that, the Ash Arrow, and the Solar Flare does mean they can take down priority targets.
Just one at a time at the current moment. And unfortunately, there's a few too many priority targets, right? Like, Roger is definitely fair. Priority number 1. Priority number 2 is now Sky. Sky being able to live in that entire engage feels so bad from the side of RMU. Literally on, I think it was like 100 HP or something, if I was seeing that correctly. Also, Gluten. Gluten has been on cleanup duty, which is surprising because a lot of lads, I think, like to be the start. You want to get that Humo Plague, that burst right away. You like to kind of finish them off or try and lay down the damage as soon as possible. Still able to kind of sustain through. These are other priority targets that we're going to be watching for. At the current moment, though, it's a 1-3-1 push. York with Baron are going to try and do their best in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, wow, that was a straight parlay. I assume it crit. I mean, there's a lot of crit chance on Roger right now. But that wasn't even the barrel amplified damage. And Dogfish, sure, you've got some regeneration, Garen, but yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief. That top lane 1v1 looking a little bit rough.
You're still also optimizing into some form of damage behind, so still no real tank in that build for Dogfish. And this Garen pickup that you were hoping to make value of, it's just not exactly working. That's another chunk out with the barrels, and a cannon barrage is not going to work. What? Was that another Q behind? Roger obliterates 2.5 HP. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's why I said this top matchup. No bueno for the Garen at this point in the game. You have been royally outscaled now, and definitely not Roger with the Void Mites doing a lot of work. Another turret taken. RMU. Baron is over, but you're left with just your base.
And that base is going to have to withstand a lot right now. You can only assume that you're not going to get that many dragons after those towers are falling. You have lost all of the outside towers. All that remain are the inhibitor and Nexus. 2 minutes on Baron. Champions on York's side are starting to get more items. 2.5 on multiple members. 3 being completed. 4 in the side of Roger, who I just am called 5 actually. I'm just calling you an anomaly. I don't even care. You're just out there on your own. This is out of control right now. If you are York, what's the easiest way? I gotta ask you, with all these items, like, do you just storm 5 in the middle, or do you still look for the split push to end the easiest way?
I think the fastest way would just be to group up and storm one lane together. One thing we haven't seen has been Roger using the GP as a team-wide pull, because the fights happen so fast, right? York Spartans show up, RMU shows up, they pull the trigger immediately, and that's not a bad thing for RMU. You don't want to get poked down first. Squeak might get caught. Great grounding there from Hate to stop the chase.
Yeah, that still unfortunately leaves this issue, as the vision has now gone completely dark again for RMU. York making sure they stay very up in front with regards to denying that field of presence, understanding that RMU, if they get a choke point, can be still somewhat dangerous, I would say. It's not so much that venomous massive snake, it's more like a tiny little baby snake trying to get in your boot. This is the other side of it, right? Completely dark. Yes, you have a couple wards inside the dragon pit, which should be taken away. Other than that, it feels like York are going to get their second Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and for RMU, yeah, you've got wards there. You can't fight it, right? At this time, definitely not. Roger is still split pushing in the top lane. I think if anything, RMU try and take this window where York Spartans are backing off for the dragon to find that pinch onto definitely not Roger. That to me is probably your best move, and then later in the 5v4 siege, maybe you can look for an engage then.
I mean, maybe they can. At the current moment, though, Roger's about to do 2.0 on the chunking spree. Take a look at that. Just another couple auto attack. At that point, you're filleting a fed cow. Dogfish is 0-6-0, and the only reason I point that out is that just shows that Roger is a powerhouse.
Yeah, and Roger is full build. So, to be fair, Roger doesn't get any stronger if RMU can hold out. But they won't be able to hold out against this push.
It always feels bad to see your lane opponent has 6 items and 5 in boots before you even touch your third. Look at the fancy footwork on Gluten, though. Not a disaster right now, but no pool left. Who can help you out? No one can. As yes, that's a big one, but the knockup is so much more. And now the chokehold works against the side of RMU. As the cannon works wonders, the barrels decimate, and York wiped the side of RMU.
Overdo, why does Gluten need help? It's RMU who needs help. Gluten was just bait the entire time. And it's successful. This is why I say you need to find that pick onto Roger first. If not, just group up as 5, split push, or don't split push for me. Just push straight down mid together as one team. Now, Dogfish, the only one left alive. They can dive this. They land 1 barrel. It's go time.
I don't even think you have to dive it. This is gonna be it. The shred machines are there. The top is decimated, knocked off its spindle, and it's an ace again for York. This is an amazing job from this squad. Game 1, they held strong. Game 2 was a little bit rusty. Game 3 was all them from start to finish. York College of Pennsylvania Spartans green take the victory.
The Spartans showing why, as you said before, Orbital, they won it all last time. They are reigning champions. And the comfort picks, Orbital, you mentioned it in draft, the fact that your College of Pennsylvania Spartans Green, they got all their comfort picks, and it definitely showed that game. Even in hard matchups, even in tough matchups, they still all came out very, very even or ahead in their lanes. And Roger, who we hyped up so much in game one, finally got to carry. Teams have to keep everything, it feels like, banned in that top lane.
It was such a good time, but of course, with the game 3, that also means we're running a little bit behind. We have more teams ready to play right now as TMU Maroon and UTD Comets are going to be facing off in our next matchup. We have 2 other fantastic casters ready to go. Yanni as well as Shibi, I believe, will be gracing on screen. So let's go ahead, throw it to a quick break. We'll get them on and get you rolling. More League of Legends action will be headed your way.
Welcome in, everybody, to Week 5 of the NECC Champions League. We just saw a great best of 3 between Robert Morris and York College, with York largely dominating Game 3, so they took that series. It was exciting, but we have a new series on our hands. Yanni and Shibi giving you all the action, and tonight, for our last series of the night, we have Texas A&M Maroon 3-0 versus the University of Texas at Dallas Comets. They're now going to be referred to as TAMU Maroon and the Comets because, Shibi, that's a lot for us to say in one breath.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be saying Texas A&M Maroon University. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be saying that every single time they get a kill or get a NECC explosion here. So I'm down for that. TAMU and the Comets, I think everybody can agree with that. And bit of a civil war going on, right? Some rivalry, some big old Texas boys doing some big old Texas things.
Oh, yeah, we've got a regular Texas standoff here tonight. You know, I see the tumbleweed flying around and everything. They're getting down, they're squatting down like this, ready to go,
whoa,
ready to draw. But no, the Texas teams have been dominating the West A group, right? Texas Tech Red, who's obviously not in this match, and TAMU Maroon are both undefeated. The Comets only have one loss to their name. And guess what? Should be the last couple of weeks of the season. These Texas teams are going to round robin each other, and it starts with TAMU Maroon and the Comets.
Yeah, bragging rights, right? Bragging rights, being able to go into Texas. You might even catch them at the mall, right? And be like, oh, I beat you in the series, by the way. Like, there's not even, that's grade A
site.
rivalry. Yeah, it's on site for these two teams, and I wouldn't have it any other way, right? If it's football, basketball, League of Legends, it doesn't matter the playing field. I love it when we get these kind of like rivalries or interstate rivalries. I think it's always going to be a good time. And teams just play harder, right? That's just there's more to play for.
Yeah, there's a little bit more on the line, a little bit more skin in the game. And to your mall point, if these players, see each other in person, they should know who they are talking to, as we do have our starting lineups for both teams of this game. I thought we had our starting lineups. I was lied to. No, that's just fault. We don't have them right now, sadly. I think we have them, but there was a lot of switching around that occurred, so we're not quite sure who is playing in what. But these teams have had pretty excellent seasons so far, like we talked about earlier. And really, it's come down to the top laners of both of these teams, Snake on the side of TAMU Maroon and Paul on the side of the Comets.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with the way they've been playing, right? And the champion flexibility that these guys have, right? Like, if you take a look at their solo queue kind of stats, Paul has been playing a ton of different champions, right? In the top lane, we might end up seeing that Grasp Azir piloted up there, GP, Mordekaiser, Gwen. I mean, this guy's got a interesting champion pool for me, as well as, Snake as well. Aatrox, Shyvana, Garen, Karma. I mean, I see Silas in there. I've been kind of impressed with all the different kind of team compositions that they've been running and what they've been trying to, run to success. I wonder if, some of the nerfs that happened, because we are playing on that new patch 14.5, if that's going to affect anything, right? Because these players, they probably have set skills, things like Seraphine, things like the Maokai changes might affect anything, although I don't think they actually are. But I'm getting word that we actually do finally have our rosters, Yanni. Who's on the Texas A&M side?
We did it. We have Snake up in the top lane, Retri in the jungle, Senator, Kova in mid lane, Coat and Jax of Trades rounding out bottom and support. Jax of Trades, that's a role swap, by the way, so we'll have to see how that shakes out for them. And on the other side, we have the Comets, and up in the top lane, we have Paul 231, as aforementioned, John in the jungle, Zarif in the mid lane, and Chimney and Nabisi in the bottom lane together. And that is a potent combo in the bottom lane. Talked a little bit about the top lane, but Chimney and Nabisi, Chimney's had a lot of really good games. Koda's had some good games, but swapping out the supports, that could be a really strong point for the Comets, more so than bot lane has been for them in past series.
Yeah, I think the thing about Chimney right now is that he's kind of an Ezreal one trick, just a little bit. He's been spamming that quite a bit. And so there are some bans for each team that you kind of have to permaban, right? Things like the Ezreal, things like the Lee Sin and Talia for John, right? Nabisi as well. He's kind of playing a different role at the moment. As well as you look on the other side, what are you going to ban from Coat, right? You're probably going to ban his Jin out. You're probably going to ban the Kindred from Sheen, right? Alexander as well, Seraphine, all this stuff. I think there's a lot here that you can kind of take away, but we are into draft finally. Texas A&M Maroon on the red side, Comets on the blue side here, and you highlighted that top lane matchup. Are you looking for something lane dominant? Are you looking for Texas A&M to use their red side counterpick to completely give Snake a dominant matchup?
You know, I'm not quite sure because Snake, while he has played champions like Yone and Aurelia in the past, hasn't really played them that much in competitive and has usually been sticking pretty much with the Aatrox. Every great game we've seen him on has either been Aatrox or like Gwen into a tank matchup, right? And while Paul can play anything, allowing Snake to get this counter pick, if you're like, hey, we'll save him for last, maybe they pick a tank, we give him the Gwen. That could be something that's really, really important. And I see some of these 80 carry bans coming out. Ezreal, of course, for Chimney, as we expected, but Chimney does have a couple of good backup plans in Varus and Xayah.
Yeah, Varus, Xayah, pretty standard pick. Xayah has been pretty cool because she's very situational now, right? With all the point-and-click target CC and heavy lockdown that we see, Xayah can come in as a really good counter to things like the Nautilus, things like the Ashe, right, that is banned out right now, but also the Varus. When you throw the Chain of Corruptions, you can just use the Xayah ultimate to kind of slide your way out of that. And Texas A&M giving the respect that Arcane Comets deserve here, Talia being removed, Ezreal, like you said, and I expect a Lee Sin ban, right, coming out for this final ban, but instead, they're actually going to take the Annie away.
Yeah, that Talia might be aimed a little bit more toward John in the jungle. He plays quite a bit of Talia, but he did leave that Lee Sin open, so they might not be too scared of it, and that Annie ban is pretty surprising, so they just said, you know what, we've really studied Zarif. I mean, Zarif has mainly been Azir, Karma, and occasionally no Katarina, at least in solo queue. And, Katarina has been getting more and more popularized by Reppy in like open qualifiers and a higher level play like that. So that's a valid pick.
Yeah. And the thing is, the no Karma ban is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Comets should just slam this B1, in my opinion. Very plug and play kind of champion. I guess they're tuned in, they're listening, Yanni, because, that's the same thing I would do. You can throw her top, you can throw her mid, you can throw her in the support role. She's infinitely more useful, in my opinion, when she has a little bit more gold, right? So in the solo lanes, I think she functions a lot better. Malignance allows you to get those Mantra Rs going, but on the Texas A&M side, they lock in a pretty substandard pick, Maokai. We love this champion. We know what it does. The changes and nerfs that it got, it's not going to affect it. It's still amazing. It can still engage, disengage, tank, peel, get you vision, objective control. It literally does everything.
Yeah, what was the old joke that LS had about Ornn? A tank, bruiser, mage, whatever. Maokai is the same thing. Or even the old meme of Kale can do it. Kale could go in any lane, do anything you want her to be. Maokai, while can't go into every lane, certainly a fantastic pick. And something that everybody's been going after, even after the nerfs. We're getting him again. But we do have a little bit of spice in our stew here, Shibby, with a Rise pickup on the side of Tamu Maroon.
Yeah, that's going to probably go into Senator Kova's hand. And there's that Lee Sin that we talked about, right? Texas A&M opting in for that Annie ban. And you know what? John said, you take out my best champion, I'll just play my second best one. Lee Sin being locked in, and a Varus Karma lane could potentially be flexed down into Chimney and Nabisi here. I would love to see it. I think it's a good poke lane, but like I said, solo lane income Karma to me functions a little bit better, especially into this Rise, right? Like, you have the range advantage. You're not going to outscale, don't get me wrong, but you don't pick Karma to outscale. You pick Karma to skirmish early, you use the Mantra Ease, you get that Malignance power spike, and you just kind of run over the early to mid game. And then you just use that gold advantage to accelerate the pace of the game, right? Dragons, Grubs, Heralds, whatever you want to focus, wherever you have lane prio, that's where your skirmishes should be. So the Arcane Comets have already drafted themselves, in my opinion, a good skirmishing composition. They can go for 3v3s, they can go for 4v4s. I think now Texas A&M has the opportunity to either match skirmish for skirmish or pick up like a very side laning dominant champion. Aatrox is somebody that can kind of do both, right? Can split push, can go and fight with Texas A&M here. But I want to see if A&M are going to bring out some more scaling heavy tools just to outvalue Arcane Comets later on.
Yeah, that's something that they're going to need to do because, as you mentioned with the Arcane Comets composition, this is comfort to its core, right? This is, Nabisi, if you give him the Karma, Varus Karma, very, very strong lane. Obviously, John has that Lee Sin. Taking a look at a couple of bans on the second half, Gangplank Pantheon are going to get banned away. So, they're worried about what Paul could pull out. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Caitlyn and Camille that are off the table. I do find what Texas A&M are doing interesting. They're either giving their AD carry the late pick, and it looks like they are going to lock in the Kindred here. This is a Retri pick, right? Retri doesn't play Kindred the same way that Sheen plays Kindred, but still a very proficient Kindred player. You can see the Arcane Comets, they've just decided, you know what? We're going to send this Karma into the mid lane. We're going to lock a lane bully up top, and we're going to let Paul go to work against this Aatrox.
And this Braum is going to do wonders against this short range kind of composition, right? It's Maokai, it's Aatrox, it's Ryze. He's going to be able to block a lot of damage. He's going to be able to really peel effectively for this Varus, right? And that's going to be nice for Arcane Comets. They're going to be able to kind of take their fights, pick and choose. They've got a really good disengage tool with the Braum ultimate, and they can kind of fight on their own terms. And like we mentioned, and like I wanted, Arcane Comets are going to send this Karma into the mid lane. It's a fine matchup into the Ryze, but saving counter pick for your AD carry, they have to have something spicy here, something that's just going to turbo win them the game. And we talked about outvaluing them later on in the game. What other champion than Twitch to just scale into the late game, don't really worry about it, and then fight at like 35 minutes? A Twitch Ryze Kindred composition for Texas A&M, that screams late game to me.
It does. They are setting the timer as far back as it can go, but you got to remember that there's a lot of issues here because of the early game team that the Comets are able to put together, right? Lee Sin Karma, very, very strong mid-jungle duo. Kindred and Ryze is not what I would call a strong mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and now, the onus is on Arcane Comets top laner, right? They have to now perform in this Darius matchup. The egg timer is set, like you mentioned, and he's got to be the one to eke out this victory against the Aatrox, force A&M specifically to kind of fight when they don't want to, right? Oh, I'm Darius. I'm going to start this Grubs. I'm going to start these Rift Heralds. Oh, I'm going to roam down for this dragon. And if you don't stop us, we're going to end the game at like 25 minutes because we have all 4 dragons, we have all the Grubs, and we're going to have Baron control. And A&M, they just have to not fall behind, right? It's really up to this bot lane to kind of survive, and specifically this mid lane as well for Ryze to really kind of set the pace of the game and slow down whatever Arcane Comets are doing. Arcane Comets have a very solid early to mid game composition. Lee Sin, Varus, Karma, Darius. These are all champions that want to fight you early and mid game so they can kind of build up this gold lead and force A&M on the retreat.
Yeah, and with that early fighting, I mean, I expect them to really go after Snake and go after Retri up on that top side, right? Paul and John, like Darius and Lee Sin versus this Aatrox and this Kindred, it's going to get messy upstairs, right? Very little CC, requires some setup, but, one of these junglers is going to be like, I'm going to have to bail out my top laner here because they're in a bad spot. And they can pendulum swing back and forth so much that we could see tons of 2v2s up there, especially since it really seems like that Tamu Maroon likes playing around their top side.
It's rough because you're not going to really have that lane prio in those solo lanes for Kindred, right? Like you want to have priority somewhere. They're not going to have priority bot lane. You're going against Varus Karma. Good luck being able to gank for that. Good luck
negative priority.
being able. Yeah, literally, like you're not going to be able to contest any marks on the bottom side of the jungle. You're not going to be able to go for that dragon unless the enemy jungler is somewhere else, right? Lee Sin is on the top side or whatever. The 2v2, Karma Lee Sin, 100% are going to beat out this Rising Kindred. It's rough. This doesn't look like a game for Retri to succeed, in my opinion.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Shibby, but that's why we play the games, as we have made it on to Summoner's Rift. Game 1 of this best of 3 series between TAMU Maroon and University of Texas at Dallas Arcane Comets. Comets being on the blue side, TAMU Maroon being on the closer to maroon, but the red side.
And we're going to see pretty standard 5-point defense here. I'm surprised that the Comets don't fancy themselves either an invade or a late one, right? The typical thing that Brahms have been doing, or Brahm compositions have been doing, instead of just running in head first at the beginning of the game and then letting the other team just walk out, they'll late invade the jungler. And what better champion to late invade than Kindred, right? Ruin her day early. I would expect something from the Comets, but instead, they are just protecting for a non-existent threat of the invade from Tamu here.
Yeah, and, you know, if they don't want to invade, that's totally fine. That's their prerogative, but it does always make things a little boring. You can see Kova got that ward placed down, doing his part in the early game. So excited that he placed down that ward, Shibby, let me tell you. The adrenaline is pumping. You can see that Retri has marked Lee Sin first.
Yeah, they're also doing opposite clears, right? So Retri is, in theory, clearing down to that bot side, and you see John starting Raptors. He's going to go to his red. He's going to go to his Krugs here. And actually, Retri instead, he's going to go for the standard Kindred move because they know where John is on the Raptors. Retri can go red, jump over the wall level 2, and completely take over John's top side. And if he doesn't know this is happening, and he starts pathing towards the top, he's going to get quite literally 3 camp differential against this Kindred, and that's going to set Retri up for a very, very good game.
Well, he definitely knows that it's happening because Paul put a ward early on there. So you can see that John is heading over to the bottom quadrant of the red side. So that does mean that Paul has to play a little bit more conservatively. I mean, look where Aatrox is standing right now.
Paul
Can't
going?
do too much. Paul wants... Oh, the roam's coming in from Zarif as well.
Paul?
On the top side of the jungle. What is going on the top side of the jungle over on the other side of the map? It's going to be first blood for the Darius.
It is going to be first blood for the Darius here, and they got the invade and said, I know you're trying to take my jungler scamps. I know you're trying to invade. Let me just shove this top lane in, and let me just pick up a kill as John is in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to match.
John is staying. He's got teammates coming to help him out, but he takes a whole lot of damage. He flashes and he dies. Code's going to get that kill, and now it's a 2v3. And BC has to try to walk it out, and Retri is on his way down. I don't know if Nabisi's going to be able to get out of here in time. They're in hot pursuit of him. If the sapling slow lands, and it does, this could be problematic. Taking some autos, and Coat has 2 in the back pocket.
Yeah, and that's John getting a little too aggressive there, right? The moment you see that bot lane missing, Chimney and Nabisi have to shove that lane in, force Coat and Jax to miss something. They didn't really miss a wave. They picked up 2 kills for Coat, and what was a good play from Paul, he doesn't get rewarded. He gets punished by his team. He's like, all right, you just gave 2 kills to Twitch. You made my life a lot harder coming to these team fights. It's double buffs for Paul. He's going to be able to kind of abuse Snake in this top lane matchup. But Coat not burning any summoners, picking up 2 kills, and Comets are down a lot right now on what they're supposed to be with this Varus Braum lane.
Yeah, and you know what? It's been the story of the Comets every time they play against TAMU, regardless of what game it is. TAMU Maroon played Valorant against the Comets in the Red Bull Campus Clutch, beat them out, and TAMU Esports just seems to have the number of the Comets, but we'll see if the Comets can reverse their fortunes, because if there's one player that you want to have a kill this early on in the game, it's Paul. Paul could find himself a kill here. Pops the ghost because Johnny is here to help out. Flash for flash there. Going to slow up Snake, and Snake is going to die to the bleed, perhaps. Is the potion enough? He's got a sliver, and he lives on just enough HP.
Ooh, chugged that down with post haste, right? Plus the Doron shield on top of that, getting that extra little bit of regen. If Snake starts Doron's blade, he dies there, right? That is Doron's plus the potion helping out here. Snake doing a very good job. I thought maybe Paul would try to go for one more auto, but just like us, he thought he was dead to the heal, or to the bleed here. Snake doing a very good job avoiding it. No summoners in the top side, so John could pay a revisit. That does give them that priority on Grubs, as Retri is on the bottom side here trading the dragon, and that's an early dragon for TAMU. That's all you need, right? They want to scale into the late game. You deny one dragon, that puts the dragon timer at minimum to 30 minutes for Comets.
The real question is, Shibby, how many grubs are they going to take? And they do take all 3, as I say that. And it means Johnny is going to head to the top side of that jungle, go pick up those chickens. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Retri wants to go in here, is spotted on a ward, but Tamu Maroon trying to walk forward, but the Comets are way out of orbit there.
Yeah, and they kind of saw John go into this topside jungle. There's a ward kind of revealing at the entrance. I'm surprised Snake doesn't know this is happening, though.
Snake is level 6 right now. This might be risky if Paul's still level 5. If they pull the trigger too early, Paul did hit level 6. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jacks of Trades going in, hitting a big Q, and Retri coming from the backside. The Braum shield can only go in one direction, and it's not the direction of Retri's. He's able to knock down the chimney.
Yeah, and that was off Tamu knowing that John cannot be down here, right? They saw him enter the Raptors. They saw him go for the gank, or sorry, go for those kills, and he cannot reasonably get down there in time. So Retri forces the gank a little bit, right? They get down onto the Comets bot lane, and Chimney on this Varus. He's building the lethality, but he's already behind the damage curve. Coat is going to be in a very good spot come this next dragon, or if they want to roam for this next set of grubs.
Yeah, 2-0-1 on a Twitch this early in the game. Let me tell you, every Twitch player is going crazy in the sewers right now. They're like, this is our boy down here. 2-0-1, 7 minutes in. The team has done a lot for Coat, and Coat has rewarded them with some pretty solid performances. It's mostly the Snake team, especially when he plays Aatrox, but Coat has also had pretty good games for himself, and you set yourself up early on this Twitch, especially with the team that can be in front of you, this Aatrox, this Maokai, you'll be in good shape.
Yeah, and John wasted so much time up here, right? He's level 5. He has all of his camps up. He's not going to be ganking for a long time unless he wants to skip here. And Retri just has this window of opportunity.
Yeah, Retri's going to go. We'll see if Paul's able to find a way out. Doesn't have Ghost available, taking a lot of damage, doesn't heal for a whole lot, and gets chunked out by Snake.
Yeah, and Retri just kind of diffing John right now.
Here comes
bottom lane.
Rise. The root goes down onto the Braum, and this Braum is dead. Coat picks up kill number 3. Now the question is, can they take out Chimney? Does burn the Ghost. Up in the top side, still a little bit of fighting. Does John take this Q? He will. Retri still level 5. Zarif trying to help out, and it will be a kill over to the Lee Sin. And look at that damage out of the Karma. Empowered Q, a double kill for John on the Lee Sin.
We talked about the skirmish power of this Karma. We talked about what they want to do early on, and unfortunately, Comet's bot lane is paying the price.
Oh, yeah.
They are not allowed to breathe.
Yeah, Kova is just living down here right now. Just look at all the damage that's going down. Like, they're stuck under this turret.
Yeah, they are put under a ton of pressure. And the Comets, this lane that they are supposed to be winning, as they stop the backs here. That's a little annoying.
That was
but,
nice
hey,
synchronization.
Can take what you get. But Zarif finally using this Karma, say, you know what, Senator? If you are going to match, nice Q again to stop the back here. And that means Coat has to stay. They can potentially push a wave in. He's not going to sink his back with Jacks of Trades. There is a window of opportunity for John to potentially dive here because Coat wasn't allowed to back, wasn't allowed to pick up items. But I wanted to mention this bot lane that Comets had, it was supposed to be dominant. It was supposed to be shoving in. Lane priority. The way you swing that is by getting your jungler involved early. And Retri has been doing a damn good job pressuring the Comets bot lane, allowing Snake to just kind of have a full level lead over Paul.
Yeah, make no mistake, both of these junglers have the same kill participation, but it feels like Retri has had more impact, has been on the map a little bit more. Recall that John spent so much time in the top lane, and the only thing it yielded was a death. Chimney in a lot of trouble in a 3v1 right now, just getting jumped on, and it's a reversal of fortune, Shibby. We thought that was going to happen to Coat.
Sir, your support is roaming. Nabisi's nowhere there. You know he's going to Grubs to help John secure it. Just give the wave up. I know the minions are juicy, Chimney, but you've got to not give kills over, especially on the Varus, especially over to Coat, who's on a late game scaling champion and is 4-0-1 10 minutes in.
And the one thing I loved once that kill went down is immediately Tamu headed to this bottom side jungle here. Kova had gotten there first to make sure everything was A-okay, and then he's like, all right, I'll go back to lane. You know, I got to give pressure for the team. And Shibby, they're trying to put Chimney out of the game. They're trying to make him obsolete.
Oh, they're going to put him out of business right now.
There
Four-man
comes-
dive coming in.
Yeah, grasping roots go down. Who's tanking it first? It's going to be Coat that tanks it first, but he should be able to pick up the kill anyway. Just making sure the rest of his team gets out safely.
Yeah, you got to walk with your support there. Right? He kind of just walked back, knew his teammate was on the top side here. They took the grubs. They are going to be able to get Dragon off of what Tamu is resetting, which is nice. But Chimney's just not having fun. He's 0-3-0. He went for the more scaling, I'm going to say, scaling lethality build, right? Typically, you'll see Varus's rush double lethality. He went Tear of the Goddess here, so he's going to go for the Muramana plus Ghostblade build, which is going to hit harder a little bit later, but takes more time to scale. And at this point, you're 0-3-0 at 11 minutes, you're 74 CS. I don't know when you're going to come online, because Colt is ready to go. He's got Bork, Berserker Greaves. The man's full bill.
And I love this strategy as Paul ghosting up top, but I don't know if he'll be able to catch the Aatrox. Meanwhile, Zarif is going to be in a lot of trouble. Rooted up again, smacked back into the rise. You can do all the damage you want, Zarif. You are going to go down here. That looked very strange, didn't it? That flash did get expended. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they do manage to take out Coat. A big shutdown went over to Chimney, and this is what I was going to talk about, Chibi. Tamu, their strategy coming in was to put Chimney behind. They've been doing very well so far, but that shutdown kind of swings the pendulum back a little bit.
And this is 6 grubs, right? Hammering into this bottom lane turret.
Oh, yeah.
2 plates went down in the blink of an eye here. And Zarif, I think there was an option for him to empower W, right? Get the heal off, then flash out. Now Chain of Corruptions comes down.
This is going to be a lot of damage out of Jax of Trades. He will be able to Twisted Advance away and be okay. The question is, no, they'll go for the wave. I was wondering, is Twitch going to come in and open up on them or what?
I think they want to. Jax is playing too aggressive. He's already, hinting that his 80 carry is here, even though he's invisible. They are going to get the confirmation that he backed Nabisi, though. He's going to try to save the wave like a good support right now. Look at where the junglers are on the top side, though. Both of them are going to head in a 2v2 clash. And right now, I don't know if I'm fully confident in this Darius Lee Sin.
Oh, they're fighting upstairs. They're going after it. Snake gets dunked, but he's still alive and then saved by the Kindred ultimate. Meanwhile, teleport coming in, and Kova is looking to run him down, but he's not fast enough. Zarif is also here if they want to go for a turn. World Ender available for Snake.
This is the skirmishing power, right? 4 comments. I think Tamu knows we're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with a Malignant's Karma right now.
Oh, man. Roots on the bottom lane aplenty right now. And Jax of Trades, he earned that one, so he's going to pluck that away out of Coat's pocket.
I think he's completely fine. Right now, a little bit gold going into the Maokai's pocket. I'm not mad. The guy scales so well with tank items. As we're going to flash over right now, you look. Top lane, relatively even, despite everything that's happened. John has been relatively even. Now they're going to dive Chimney again!
Chimney's in so much trouble. There's just no way out of this, man. They are tormenting this guy.
Zarif?
He will be able to at least get a trade kill back, so not all is hopeless, not all is lost. And Chimney gets an assist, but that still feels bad.
We got to add that onto the list, right? So Maokai can engage, disengage.
World
Top
Ender.
lane.
Yeah, World Ender popped. Snake missing some abilities, finally starting to land some. Paul going to heal up quite a bit, but he doesn't have the dunk available, but he's got max stacked bleeds onto Snake, and Snake realized that he was up against the Mongoose and didn't want any of that. Meanwhile, okay, everybody's fine. There's just poking back and forth. They're not actually fighting.
Yeah, they want to fight. Somebody wants to go in, but John took a ton of damage there. And I was going to say, we got to add that to the list for the Maokai, right? So you can engage, disengage, peel, get vision, get objective control, add diving to that list as well. Like he can just literally, untargetable. He's a multi-tool champion, right? Wards, saplings. As we see Retri with that little skirmish in that mid lane. John took too much damage, so they're not going to be able to get the 6 grubs plus Herald, which in my opinion doesn't make the priority of those grubs worth it. You need to get all the grubs plus Herald for you to effectively trade these dragons over. Comets do have 1, but
Snake
top
is just
lane.
dead here. Yeah, Snake is just dead. He sacked for the turret. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they tried to make a play on the Coat and Jax, but they rebuffed that 3v2 just because of the great disengage ability from Maokai. And if they want to turn, they can. You can see Kova is lurking.
Kova's here. Rift Herald.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I saw the vision. I saw the vision.
Take
he was
that
trying to get it
license
down
away
to the
from
bottom.
this guy.
No, he almost had it, right? He was taking it down to the bottom lane to create a forward.
Curb.
He almost had it. I wouldn't have passed him on the driver's license test, but he almost had it. A for effort, Retri, A for effort. I see what you were doing. Only a fellow jungle connoisseur could see the big play that was happening. But we do have Dragon coming up in about 15 seconds. And with these recalls coming out from Tamu, I don't think they're necessarily poised to kind of take this. Retri as well, all the way back in base. Although, we do see a little bit of this vision line and saplings once again from Jax just getting in the face of Comets. They should be able to walk in here, though. I don't know if you want to take this fight. Paul has roamed down. Snake has TP. I don't know if he's going to try to shove into that tier 2 and get that for himself. I think it'd be fine if he gets 700 gold and just trade one Ocean Dragon. Get Aatrox a big paycheck. I'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yep. We'll be Dragon over to the Comets. They're second of the game, third overall. And one thing I did want to point out, Chibi, you mentioned what was worth and not worth with the Grubs. I actually have to disagree with you, and you'll see in a second, because Karma Varus can abuse Grubs because of the poke that they provide, right? You know, imagine if it's not just Jax here. Imagine if it's a straight up 5v5, all the poke that can go down. Speaking of which, teleport coming in, and so are the grasping roots. We'll see if it actually gets anybody. Nabisi is going to get rooted up. We'll see if Chimney gives him a way out. There goes the Chains of Corruption. Jax of Trade's going to be the first target. Paul on the flank, looking to do a lot of damage, getting pretty low. Pulls in two and dunks the Aatrox. Dunks Retri. He saves himself. Code on the backside getting kicked into the turret. Double kill for the Varus as Kova is here. There's a lot of low health bars, but can he convert on them? Flash away.
Kova?
Looking for Chimney. Couldn't kill. Everybody's low. They're waiting him out. And so Reef is able to get the kill, and the Comets have turned this game around.
Coat, late to the party. That's what you get. Look, he's looking for scraps. He literally is a rat right now. He's trying to pick up the pieces and unfortunately cannot get anything done. And Kova got peppered from every single angle from the Comets. It was Zarif on the top, Chimney with an arrow, and a Sonic Resonance coming out from John, all whittled away Kova's life bar. And I love Comets turning that TP into a mistake for Snake, right? 4v3, Coat was on the recall, Kova could not be there, and the skirmishing power of the Comets composition, where they want to fight you early, they want to fight you in the mid game. Well, Yanni, it's 18 minutes in, and Comets almost got a clean ace.
Yeah, and Retri's ult was just a little too late. Kova is Mr. Worldwide here. They're looking to make a play on the Paul. He flashes away. Ghost not available. Retri here as well. Paul's going to try to live with all these decimates, but the World Ender has been popped. He's super low, and he cues him for a little bit of HP, but unfortunately his Lee Sin was unable to assist.
Yeah, Jax of Trade just playing bodyguard duty, so you're not allowed to interfere. This is a 3v1 jumping on Paul, and that worked perfectly. Still has Ghost available, but Zarif gets some alone time with this bottom lane turret here. And yeah, I don't hate the point that you bring up, as John is just caught potentially in the wrong side of his jungle.
Nah, they ain't caught. He's got the team here. John wants to go in. He's got pretty low energy. He might actually be caught. You might have been onto something there. As he gets his wolves after a little bit of a war.
Yeah, and I'd love to get a stack check on this Kindred. Retri, I think, has been doing a pretty decent job getting them right on some of these camps here. The 4 is the mark that you want to hit for Kindred here, and he's at 5 right now. And then it's going to evolve at 7, which is going to make her even more busted. 5 at about 19.5 minutes. There's a realistic possibility where she can get to that 7 stack mark if Tamu take an advantageous fight, or this Kindred's able to pick up a mark on the other side of the map. There's definitely opportunities here for this Kindred to get even stronger based off of her passive as Coat disappears into the fog. We see a lot of priority, a lot of onus onto this mid lane. Comets really want to take this down so they can start opening up a vision line. Baron up in 10 seconds, but the more important objective, in my opinion, that Dragon, a minute and a half.
Oh, he pulls him at max range, forced the World Ender, pulls under the turret. The dunk is early, but he's able to finish up the layup there and able to convert a kill.
That's big, right? 30 seconds now, going to give some alone time with this turret. You either force a response from Tamu, or you just give this turret over to Paul, although he did kind of go really, really far here. So let's see if he can get that wave shoved in. Yeah, I feel like John could have cleared those minion waves, and they could have maybe looked for that tier 1 turret, but it was a big, long chase here. Overall, not going to amount to too much because of Snake's death timer and how low it is. Originally, I thought there was a wave, but not really. He'll probably still get the tier 1, but no dragon control, no baron control. You can't really do anything off of it. It's just a nice kill for Paul here.
Yeah, and if you want to give him the solo gold and say, hey, you know, we're going to let Tamu Maroon go and get this Drake and even it up at 2, that's a fine decision. I am actually a little surprised they're not giving Paul, just letting him say, hey, take all the gold, get a little bit stronger, get some more money in the pocket, because he has been a impactful player as we expected. And despite the scoreline, Snake has also done the same. And if he gets in a fight where the Kindred Ultimate is dropped on him and he's able to heal up so much before he dies, he could go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he is going this lethality Aatrox build. His Jacks of Trades.
Well, BC is the target, but doesn't take a whole lot of damage. Paul taking some as well. Teleport on the backside here. Paul down to about half. And that means Snake is going to be here. Twitch is going to open up on them and is free hitting. He's taking some damage for it. So is everybody else. And John got to the backside. But look at all the low health bars getting saved. But Zarif has so much damage on the Mantra Qs. But can they kill Snake? He's sustaining so hard. It's a kill for Retri. Zarif now caught between two. A rock and a hard place. He's got the shield. But Snake has the sword.
Ooh, and now Chimney left alone right before the dragon. It looked like a good fight for Comets. You saw all that damage coming in, but you mentioned the Kindred ult plus the Aatrox World Ender healing. Those are the two members that saved this TAMU team fight, right? Coat went down almost immediately. Somehow, some way, like you mentioned, John got into the back line, but it was more than enough for TAMU, and they're able to get a nice 1.5k gold lead as you look flash across. Aatrox, nice 800 ahead of their counterpart here. You look at Retri, 1,000 over the Lee Sin, but mid lane, Zarif, showing why this Karma is so powerful, showing why it's picked and why it's almost B1able. Even in gold, a little bit ahead, 1,000 on Kova, but just doing so much more than this Rise right now.
Yeah, that Rise did a lot on some roams, but so did Zarif. I think Zarif has had a great early game and a pretty solid mid game, was able to, you know, when you can match a Rise, you are doing your job. That is very difficult to do. So kudos to him, as Chimney got poisoned a little bit there, but no worse for wear, almost on that Monomune spike as well. While Johnny is looking to potentially come in from behind, misses his Q. Teleport coming in. The target's going to be Coat. Here is Rise. Paul coming from the backside and looking to decimate this fight. He manages to kill Coat. And now who's the next target? Zarif is taking damage. Paul's taking damage. The Beast is taking damage. And Snake is flashing forward. The World Ender connects.
And I said that Zarif is doing a little bit more, but look at the itemization. Kova has picked up the Archangels and has a fully stacked rod. Rise is scaled, Rise is full build, and that's going to turn them towards this Baron here. And I don't think John can sneak in here for a steal.
Listen, Guma Yusi did it. Maybe Chimney can do it too. Let's see if they're able to fire it off. Not quite, no vision. And the Baron has been slain, but will they look for more here? John is going over the wall into Snake and Retri. Chimney is here. His level 11 Chains of Corruption go down, but
John?
Lisa's just dead.
Yeah, he W'd over. I don't know how Chimney's supposed to follow that up. He got focused down, and Chimney might be getting chased right now.
Chimney's in so much trouble. He gets hit by the Infernal Chains. The BC's going to try to bail him out. Look at the shield, but it's just not enough.
What?
Again, the sword is mightier than the shield.
Game?
Snake is taking over this game. Shoot.
Zarif and Paul, I don't think are enough wave clear here. John's up in 8 seconds. Not going to be game, but I'm pretty sure TAMU can get an inhibitor off of this.
Yeah, TAMU has certainly put themselves in the driver's seat. In a game where they had it, the Comets wrestled some control away, but now it's TAMU's game to lose. But still, a potential game to lose as we're cresting 25 minutes. The Comets still have a solid enough team comp, and we've seen Darius go crazy in the past.
But sir, they're down 7,000 gold right now to a late game composition that we talked about, right? Senator, Kova, Coat, and Retri are all scaled up here. and it's beautiful. He's sitting on 1,800 gold. I'm pretty sure this Kindred's also at 7 stacks, so she's even stronger, right? She's already hit that hyper-scaling innate passive point here. Yeah, 7 stacks on the dot. She went to go pick that up instead of sieging with her team. She went to go pick up the Krugs early on, and now she's evolved even stronger, way ahead of this Lee Sin, doing a wonderful job. Tamu denying the dragons, playing the patient game, and just keeping the Comets under control. Zarif's been doing a good job with the Karma, but it's not enough now because we're 26 minutes in, and there are 3 items on your Twitch, your 3 items on your Aatrox. It's a rough fight for the Comets.
Yeah, Tamu has to make a lot of mistakes, and the Comets have to play mistake-free League of Legends. We'll see if Tamu can actually finish this up. Their siege is pretty okay. They've got solid enough wave clear. They've got 2 AD carries, and then, of course, you have the Aatrox and the Maokai to be able to potentially frontline. You can see working on this bottom inner turret. Root's coming down, going to hit up 2, but Jacks of Trades was just doing that so more damage could get got on that bottom inner turret.
Yeah, and we just see the power of this Maokai, right? They can disengage when the Comets come in. They've also been on the offensive with this ultimate, right? And just has set up Senator Kova and Coat to just put in tons and tons of damage here. And Snake, I don't think his life has been seriously threatened for a while in this game, right? He's so safe with this Kindred ult, with this Maokai peeling. There are so many other things to worry about for Comets. They just don't have enough hands or eyes to focus on everything.
No, there's too many threats in this composition, and then one major annoyance in the form of a Maokai. Although Maokai could be in a little bit of trouble here, but he's got that Trailblazer. He's just zooming around. I've never seen a tree move that fast.
Dude, he's got Trailblazer. That item is busted. It's still good, even though they nerfed it. As the dragon is going to go down in Comets, they have no way of getting in here. Look at the darkness, right? It is a nocturne ult for them, pretty much. As now, Senator Kova is going to ult into the mid lane.
They're going to try to take a 4v3, and I really like it. The BC is slowed, trying to protect himself with the shield, but Snake coming from the backside means it's a huge flank. Chimney is in so much trouble. Coat gets caught out, but it just doesn't matter. There's so much damage on the side of Tamu. Still alive somehow is this Varus, looking to try to get away. The flash on top of him. He's so low, he's going to die to the root. He does die to the root, and now it's going to be Paul caught between everybody. Zarif is the last one standing, and Tamu are just dominating this game, and he is not standing anymore. They break his kneecaps and take him down.
I don't know if they're actually going to be able to pick this up. They should get the inhibitor here if they really want. Although Jackson's Trade is taking quite a bit of damage. That turret, tanky as can be, needs another minion wave. They'll get the inhibitor. Mid lane's not pushing for them. Neither is bot lane, so I don't know how much more they can get. They'll probably recall, cash the gold in their pockets, and you see nearly an 11,000 gold lead for Tamu here. It is curtains for Comets.
Yeah, I mean, Comets were in this game, and that's when the Comet was passing Earth. But now the Comet has headed back toward Pluto. They are so far out of this game that they're not even near a real planet anymore. It is very, very bad, Shibby. I don't know. Is there a way? Do you see a path for them?
It's a pick, right? It's Chain of Corruptions, it's Zarif, and it's them fighting unfair, right? Pocket Sand, 4v3s, 5v4s. Get dirty, because you're not going to beat Tamu in a straight-up 5v5 front to back. It's not going to happen. You have to throw that out the window here. You've got some poke with the Karma. You've got some poke with the Varus. Look for them to make a mistake, but Zarif on the wrong side of this blade.
Zarif has made the mistake, is forced to flash away, and Snake will flash in return, and God, he just does so much damage. And you even see that Maokai was helping off to the side.
Yeah, he was there just as an insurance policy, and I've been really impressed, right? I've been impressed with Snake, right? He's been able to come back into this game. Paul, I felt like kind of had a bit of a grip in that top lane, and despite everything that's happened, Tamu have just scaled. Uh-oh, John?
Kick, they're targeting that Kindred. Kindred gets bursted out. That's a big pick there, but Coat is free firing away. Look at all the damage he does. There's just too many threats.
Coat and the rest of Tamu are going to take this bottom lane inhibitor. And yeah, you picked off the Kindred. This is a double 80 carry composition, Yanni. They've got one more dude free firing in the back line, and I'm going to say he hurts a little bit more. 4 items nearly on this Twitch. And he's going to go for the triple inhib. TP from behind, though, yeah.
They need to try to do something here. Snake going to take some
karma.
damage. Zarif is a little bit too close and gets engaged on. Can they take out Snake? Can they keep Zarif alive? Chimney on the back is not able to get close. Nabisi is going to die. Zarif is going to die. And the hopes of the Comets are going to die. Paul gets rooted up. They're going to flash on top of Paul. And Snake is still going. John has made it to the fight. But Paul's going to drop. But John actually drops first. Chimney can't close out the kill, and he is forced away. Too many minions in the base, and this game is going to Tamu.
31 minutes in, Tamu's composition has scaled to a T. We talked about them setting the egg timer, and it rang almost 10 minutes ago, Yanni. The Comets were late. They left the pizza in the oven. It's burnt. It looks like just a piece of coal right now, because Tamu just absolutely scale into oblivion.
Don't tell me the pizza's burnt, man. That's no good. That sounds like something that you do, my guy. But really, the pizza got burnt in the bot lane here because Coat was just able to go crazy on this Twitch. They did everything they could for Coat. And again, Texas A&M strategy. They said our top laner is strong, their top laner is strong. We're going to trust that our top laner can win the 1v1, and we acknowledge that Chimney is pretty solid. So we're going to put everything we can into making him not Chimney, but Dumpster.
Yeah, I mean, they abused the roam timings of the support specifically. When Nabisu was topside, whether it's Chimney playing a little too aggressive or Tamu also recognizing that Nabisi's not there, you saw them just send everything at them. Maokai was diving. He's able to kind of redrop that aggro on the turret. They sent in 4 people that Rise was TPing in, right? Like, they were just sending everything at him, making sure that this Varus is not allowed to play the game. And yeah, he was poke Varus. He was 3 items in, but you just saw the rest of the Comets could not stick around in these fights long enough for him to get multiple occurrences of these piercing arrows. And if you can't do that, if you can only get 1 spell rotation out of the Karma and the Varus, you're going to lose those fights every single time.
Yeah, and then I think a large part of why things went poorly for the Comets was just the jungle, right? John did a lot of good things, right? But it was Retri who just did so much more in the early game, was able to get his team ahead by being around, providing a lot of damage, and of course that ultimate post 6. We're going to see what the teams are going to do to adjust and see what drafts they're going to break out. We're going to take a very short break, and when we return, we'll give you the Game 2 draft between the Arcane Comets and Texas A&M Maroon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to NECC Week 5 champions between Tamu Maroon and the Dallas Comets. Comets, they played a pretty rough and tumble early game around with Tamu Maroon, but Tamu Maroon, they outscaled pretty damn hard, and they walked away with a victory that, once it hit past the 25-minute mark, we kind of saw coming. I am excited to see what these teams bring for game 2, Shibby, and especially what comes out of this mid lane, because Sarif and Kova, they were roaming everywhere, man.
Yeah, both of these guys were kind of just not content on staying in the mid lane, right? It's weird because they're both like mid lane mages, right? But the skirmishing power of Karma, I like the fact that Kova used the Rise mobility, even if that rank 1 ultimate isn't the greatest. Diving bot lane, getting elsewhere on the map, finding advantages elsewhere, especially if one team decides to overload the top side. Well, let's overload the bottom side, as the sides do not switch here. Arcane Comets on the blue side here, and we do see Texas A&M on the red side. And it's not Tamu. I was just informed it's Tamu, like Shamu, right?
Bro, that's what I said when we went in, you know? I realized the error of my ways. Thank you, Twitch chat. You know, unfortunately, because the Rift Herald did not connect on a turret, we did not get to talk about Twitch chat during the game. However, Twitch chat can certainly help out in breaks. Appreciate and love all of you. But back to the draft here. Shibby, not a whole lot has happened. They're taking some time. They are in the tank for the second ban. When the first 2 bans were the same, we'll see what the Comets decides to do. You know, it feels like they've got some trauma in the back of their minds.
Oh yeah, they might have some trauma bans here coming out, although I don't think it's necessarily a specific pick, although they've argued that the Kindred is what Retri kind of beat them on. The game becomes a lot easier, Yanni, if you give the Twitch 4 kills in 10 minutes, right? Like, you just kind of accelerate the scaling power here coming out from Texas A&M, as they are going to ban out both the Talia and the Lee Sin here. John, you're gonna have to show me something new. Your Lee Sin was kind of dirty, right? He did some pretty nice kicks off here and there. He was somehow resonating strike onto Coat in the back line. Like, he was a slippery dude. He was a slippery dude on the Lee Sin, and I think they want to limit the amount of playmaking potential on the Comet side here. And if Texas A&M want to go with another scaling composition, why not? Arcane Comets, they are now prone to making bad decisions early. You can see Chimney not really cognizant of where his team is, right? Not willing to give up those waves. Abuse that fact. Keep diving him. I would send 5 if I have to.
Yeah, keep going at him. We're going to see Karma get picked up once again for the Comets, likely for Zarif, and it did them very, very well. And we are going to see the salty run back in the mid lane. We are also going to get a Maokai coming in on top of it.
Oh, wow.
They are rifling through these picks. It's just the same stuff that we've seen, though.
Salty run back initiated here, right? Arcane Comets. I wonder if Zarif is actually going to pilot this Karma, right? So, Paul, I don't know if he's going to end up taking the Darius into that top lane matchup again. I felt like he didn't get, what he needed out of that into Snake, right? The Aatrox was mega, right? Come later into those team fights, especially paired up with that Kindred that is banned out by Arcane Comets here. I would like to see a Karma Varus bot lane. I feel like Chimney and Nabisi need to play something a lot more aggressive that is just going to dumpster Coat and Jacks of Trades. Especially on this Karma, it allows you to kind of avoid those dives a little bit more. Root, Mantra E, that kind of stuff really makes it hard to dive this bot lane, or makes it at least a little more difficult.
Well, we are going to see Ornn get picked up for Paul. We know he plays it, but that does mean that he's going to have much less impact in this game. Meanwhile, on the other side, they said, give me the Aatrox once again. Snake is ready to go on that. And I want to talk about Texas A&M's ban here of Xin Zhao. I actually thought the Comets should have picked up the early Xin Zhao because, you know, there's a lot of questions about John's champion pool. Xin Zhao, very strong early game jungler, exactly what the Comets would need. I am surprised that they let that one go.
Texas A&M just ban 4 junglers, right? Why not? put John on something that is subpar, especially because you can flex this Maokai into the jungle role if you want, if you see something there, and you can give potentially Jacks of Trades a counterpick on the support once you see the full Arcane Comets composition. I will say, from my knowledge, the Ornn Aatrox matchup is Aatrox sided, right? Because of the how well he does into the tanks and how much lifesteal and vamp he does. Obviously, Ornn outvalues later, but the lane for Paul is just not going to be fun. He can't do the same things he wanted to on the Darius, and the impact in the team fights will be a little bit more. And the Ornn pick also preemptively denies any of these like low mobility hyper-scaling champions. Although the Twitch is banned out from Arcane Comets, Texas A&M could think, hey, we saw some Kog'Maw buffs. Let's bring that in potentially. The Ornn denies that, right? You have to pick something mobile now if you're Texas A&M because the range of engage for Arcane Comets is very long.
All right, Chibi, we're going to find out really quickly whether or not the Comets are going to move this Karma into the bot lane, as you alluded to earlier. I think that Ornn pick actually kind of confirms it, to be quite honest with you, because they are just like, hey, we want to go for a bunch of setup.
Oh.
We want to get our bottom lane pushing and poking. I like the Vi pickup into this Varus, who may be the sole threat. Obviously, we're seeing the Syndra come through now, another low mobility threat. So I'm interested to see how this is going to shake out. There's a lot of magic damage on this composition from the Comets.
Yeah, a ton here, right? Gragas, jungle. You've got the Karma in the bot lane who is still building Malignance, guys. As we do see this 80 carry pick going to be rounding out for Texas A&M. And what do we go here, right? You can't fancy something like the MF. Caitlyn's banned out. Jinx Twitch is removed. Do you just slam that Kog'Maw with the Maokai, or do you go something a little bit more aggressive, potentially? Jhin still up on the table here. There is a couple picks you can go. I would maybe even argue you could go Ashe, right, into this Varus Karma and just play for that utility bot lane. But instead, they are going to go for that Jhin. You open up the curtain. What beats long-range engage, Yanni? An even longer-ranged ultimate.
As Harvey Specter once said, when somebody pulls out a gun on you, you pull out a bigger gun. And that's exactly what Coat is doing on the side of Tamu Maroon. I like what they've put together. Again, is a low mobility carry that has so much protection around them. Rise creates a lot of space. Maokai creates a lot of space. And then Vi and Aatrox trying to get on this back line of the Comets. I don't know if the Comets are going to be able to handle this.
Yeah, I mean, that composition coming out, it's a long-range pick composition, right? You've got Vi, you've got Jhin, you've got Maokai, who functions as a single CC target lockdown. Oh, and then you've got Rise ready to go to, like you said, root upon root upon root. It's not that they can't team fight, it's just that if they choose, they can go for a pick-heavy composition, especially under the Comets, who are going to have some trouble, right? They definitely want to group around, but you can't let Snake in this side lane on the Aatrox do what he pleases. Paul's going to have to be there. Paul's going to have to match on this Ornn. And I'm just going to say right now, he's not the best in the side lanes. It's an Ornn. You want to group. You want to get ornaments. You want to fight for objectives. And this Varus Karma lane, although having shove, may not be able to get as much value out of it if Retri decides to gank and kind of just start diving bot lane with Kova once again. Because we've seen what happens when Nabisi roams. Chimney kind of exposes himself a little bit and is unwilling to back off of these waves.
Yeah, he's got to stick down there. You got to make sure that Chimney is going to be alive and well. No roams, and you know what Kova was doing on this Rise earlier, even getting on a piece of the action. And, again, Syndra is a good roaming option here for Zarif. It provides a little bit different things from the Karma, though, right? So I do wonder how that's going to affect a lot of those early game plays, because if you recall in game one, a lot of Zarif's roams on Karma were saving the Comets from, oh, this was a bad play. We got 2 for nothing, or we got 3 for 1. Actually turning it around and keeping the game relatively even. Also, we didn't even talk about it. A little bit of scaling on the side of the Comets here with that Syndra. So that's something to definitely keep note of.
This is not a bad lethal tempo on hit Varus game either, right?
No,
short range coming out from Texas A&M, other than the Jhin, who will always be playing a mile away. You've got Vi, you've got Aatrox, you've got Maokai, you've got all these guys up in your face. On hit, Varus kind of slaps here, and I want to see if Arcane Comets, I want to see if Chimney is willing to go that. If we do see that Halo Blades variant, The issue with that is that you need to give time for the poke to come down, and I don't think Arcane Comets can get that time, right? They do have that big beefy topside with the Gragas, with the Ornn, who I expect is going to play that disengage composition or disengage with the explosive cask, but you need to give time for these arrows to come in before they're allowed to engage. And Texas A&M, they've got a good amount of go buttons, right? Assault and battery or cease and desist. You've got Senator Kova on the Aatrox with flanks. You've already seen that Texas A&M is willing to just let it rip with this Maokai ultimate. So we're going to have to see how well Arcane Comets can kind of weather the storm and play that fish in a barrel poke game if they are going that poke Varus. But if they want to fight front to back, lethal tempo on hit Varus is the move here, especially with the Syndra.
Yeah, and you talk about that poke, the fish in the barrel, right?
Oh, there we
the
go.
only problem is that they had a similar composition set up with Karma, playing a stronger role, obviously having more damage items, more gold, things like that. And they weren't able to execute it on that because I don't know if it wasn't their game plan of what they wanted to do, but they could just never get their feet set near an objective. It was either we're running in and taking the objective because we have a timer, or they have a timer and we're not going to even challenge it.
Now, a 5-point defense roughly coming out, although Snake has a little bit of priority there. We'll see what Paul is actually doing, sniffing around that top side there. No wards have been placed. And I want to draw back to game one, where Tamu, Retri, and the rest of them were able to place a ward onto the Raptors of John, and that allowed for that invade. The funny thing is, Paul ended up roaming on the Darius and getting a kill for himself, but John overstayed, and then Tamu ended up getting 2 kills onto Coat here. So I don't know if either of these guys are going to be more hesitant to potentially invade on each other when given knowledge of where the other jungler is, because both teams have been, susceptible to just collapsing on the jungler.
Hold on, Vi is missing items.
Uh-oh, Retri, brother, you're not going to hit level 2 off of this.
Retri. Oh no, he's got no idea. He doesn't know. Shibby, you gotta tell me how doomed this is gonna be.
I mean, he's just gonna have to immediately back, right? He's gonna notice how come I'm not doing much damage.
Figured it out.
Oh, is he actually just gonna go all the way back? Yeah, not hitting level 2.
Why am I taking so much damage?
Why am I taking damage? Why am I not doing enough damage? Where's my pet? Right, there's so much there. This is rough. This is rough. John has a really big tempo swing right now. Although Retri can potentially go for a 3-camp clear into contesting whatever scuttle he wants. But if that happens, if John's paying attention, he tabs over, and he only sees 12 camps taken from Retri, he's going to be like, wait a minute, what happened? How come this guy didn't clear his top side or his bottom side? Yeah, I don't know. Retri on this Vi, you typically want a full clear until you hit level 6. You do have some ability to gank with the flash Q, but you're much stronger when you have that cease and desist available. But because they haven't cleared their camps, the rotation's going to be off. He's going to hit level 6 pretty late, I would say, in regards to when you're supposed to hit it.
Yeah, that's a 242 blue buff. I know Shapeshift is clearing full jungles at 242 with her patented jungle clears. So certainly not that great. And Johnny's gonna come down here, at least for a gank, and try to take advantage. See what happens. They're gonna try to get them to walk up a little bit more. Coat gets his 4th shot off. He's reloading, and that means it's time to shoot. Coat has to flash away. He's an auto away from death, and Chimney will flash on top of him and pick up first blood.
And there's nothing Retri can do about it, right? There's literally nothing he can do about it because he's late on his camps here. So the bot lane, there's no response. Really nice from John. That's crazy because he cleared topside, and instead of clearing his camps, he used a potential timer on Tamu and saying, you know what? I'm going to use what would be my farming timer to come sneak into this bot side, sneak into gank Coat here, and they weren't even suspecting it. They didn't even know.
Yeah, they had no idea. A great start for the Comets, and whenever Gragas can get off an early gank, you're always feeling pretty good because sometimes he's got the tools, but feels like it can be a little bit difficult, and they suckered that bottom lane in. See Vi now around the top side, but again, it's just going to be a farm to 6 angle, right? And I wonder, Johnny didn't see anything, so he doesn't necessarily know what happened.
He has
to
no
Retri.
clue. He has no clue. If a tree falls and no one's around to hear it, Yanni, I guess it never really fell for the Comets here. So John has no clue that Retri started late. Might get some hints later on as he doesn't hit level 6 as soon. But John, nice gank, using that timing that we mentioned. Top lane, kind of a snooze fest. Snake holding it, and we talked about it. Yeah, we talked also about how this top lane matchup is Aatrox favored. Just quickly look at the CS lead. Paul's not having a good time.
No. We know who's not about to be having a good time. Coat's going to be having a really bad time because Gragas Part 2, Electric Boogaloo comes in, and Coat is dead. It's another kill for Chimney. Will they give him 2? Double kill for the man. He's 3-0.
And Chimney on this on-hit Varus saying, you know what, Coat? I know we gave you 4 kills last game. I'm going to try to beat that. Let me see if I can get 6 kills potentially. You had your jungler here. You had your mid laner. It's time for me to call my jungler. As with that bottom lane play, Retri, with this top lane priority, should be able to nab these grubs A-okay here. And the Dragon trade can't necessarily come out because John backed after that gank, and I assume Retri's going to back after these grubs.
Yep, and still feel a little bit better about his rough start. He does have a nice little camp lead here. However, Gragas has the kill participation lead, so that's not where you want to be. Retri is level 5 to John's level 4. Does mean that we're getting closer to that cease and desist mark, but that lane gank's gonna be schnasty.
Yeah, they don't know that the scrying orb didn't detect him. And I don't know if Coat is willing to walk up here, but the lane is shoving in. Yeah.
Oh, no.
John. Oh, Coat, so smart. I love that from him. But are they going to be able to play patiently the whole time? How many waves are you going to give up?
Oh, no. He didn't throw it in the bush, and now the target's going to be Jax of Trades. He's just too slowed. He's CC'd, he's stunned, he's rooted, and he's dead. Chimney gets kill number 4.
4 at 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Now the Dragon should be going over to the Comets here, though Kova is in the bush here. But yeah, there's a numbers advantage. Even with Zarif clearing this mid lane, he's going to be able to push it in. And he should just be hovering around here to guarantee the Dragon. I don't see why you don't start it. You've already given time for Jax to come back, though. There is a window of opportunity for Tamu.
Oh, nice flash there from Retri, and here come multiple members. Kova is porting in, but is caught between a rock and a hard place. They do get onto the BC and take him out because Coat came to help out. They root up the Gragas. Big scout of the week. Could be a chance to turn this fight because Chimney is on the backside. 2 high health carries. Do they want to just auto attack away? It doesn't look like they have the tools.
2 for 1 overall. They stopped the Dragon as well. I said there might have been an opportunity for Tamu because Jax ended up respawning and coming back onto the map super fast. It felt like the Comets were waffling around a little bit in that Dragon area, right? Zarif wasn't really trying to push the lane super hard. We saw Chimney stay in that bot side. So what should have been a Dragon for the Comets ended up giving some gold much needed into the pockets of Tamu, specifically into the Rise and into the Jhin.
Yep, that's exactly what they needed. You could see already Mercury Treads coming out for Kova, which is a fantastic pickup in this game, right? Is so much CC, so much magic damage. This Rise, if the Comets give Tamu time to cook, this Rise will actually just be unkillable later on. But Chimney, we've seen him put the game on his back before for the Comets, and this time the Comets playing around him. A reversal of fortune of what happened in the last game. We'll see if they can keep that up.
It's not even that Coat and Trades or Jax is getting dove. They're just kind of getting, ganked from every angle, right? It's almost like schizophrenia for them. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, Snake is down here. Rise is coming down here. They realize that there is a big shutdown available on Chimney. There's a Dragon that they want to go pick up, and they are going to commit multiple members for it. Paul is on the way. Zarif rooted off to the side. Snake trying to push him off, trying to force this fight to be split. Root goes down onto the Karma, but do they turn? A little bit of damage. Johnny in the back of the pit. He's only level 5, and he steals it away. Call the Forge God is not going to knock up anybody. And guess who gets caught? It's Chimney, and he failed flashes and dies. And now Gragas is going to be the next target, and he goes down.
What a fight from Tamu. They lose the Dragon, but they might pick up 3 here. Paul is a tanky boy, and he's a little mobile. They don't have the damage here. They don't have everybody here, but a nice kill coming out from Tamu onto Chimney. You saw Retri was low, and so you know what? I'm full sending it onto this guy. Kill him. I have cease and desist. And when Chimney goes down, it doesn't seem like the Comets have that damage. Retry!
Oh, Paul just big bodying Retry here. Doesn't matter how big your fists are, Paul's fists hit
Pancaked
harder.
him.
Oh yeah, absolutely flattened that man. Not looking good out there, but good stuff for Paul. One thing I do want to point out should be that fight for the Comets was ill-fated from the jump because Varus was level 5 and so was Gragas. There was just ultimates on the other side that, that cease and desist was too much and they just needed more for the Comets here. As Snake is just going to kind of auto-attack away, but there's a Bramble Vest for Paul. And I don't know how much more he can do. Doesn't have the World Ender available, and Paul will realize that he's just going to back off here. Jax of Trades getting caught out, and it's a 5th kill for Chimney.
Oh my god.
Cool. Captain Jack?
That was pretty good. That was pretty
crispy.
good. That was a nice cleanse coming out to avoid the death here. But 4 manning, bottom lane, the Comets said, you know what? You hurt our bottom laner last game. You traumatized him. We only can return the favor here, and Coat and Jax getting the Chimney treatment. Look at this, man. They're not allowed to walk up.
Huge cask, but no mana to follow up here for Chimney. Question is, how much damage do they get down onto the Maokai? Not enough. That turret still standing, and 6 grubs strong for Tamu.
They get the grubs. They're using the bottom lanes. I'm gonna say pressure that they're creating. Right?
Reverse
let's
pressure.
turn it. Let's turn it into a positive. The bait that they're dangling from their pockets, whatever is causing the Comets to overcrest onto this bot side, at least Tamu's getting something out of it, right? 6 grubs is nothing to scoff about here. They're gonna get some vision onto this topside jungle. All the meanwhile, though, with Zarif roaming, Kova has had just time to push these minions to scale. I believe he's gotten a turret plate for himself. He's doing A-okay in this bottom lane. And we saw what he did game 1. I don't think you want to give this guy another free win.
Yeah, they got to start putting the pressure on a little bit more, maybe in that mid lane, or just hope that Chimney gets too big. Gragas and Vi hovering around this mid lane. It looks like Gragas says, maybe I want to come bot lane here. Vi going to just do the top
10th time.
Yeah, for real. See if they can stop the recall here. They don't, but Jax of Trades is just all alone. He's going to flash away. Can Gragas get in there to do something? Twisted advance onto the Gragas? Jax, I think you were just out of there.
Maybe he was trying to wait or maybe anticipate the E coming out from John, as they did end up getting a return kill onto Zarif here. The mid-jungle duo of Tamu just putting in the work right now. At least they're going to get some. Coat, you can't walk up to this.
Oh, big bomba there! As Coat is going to go down. Teleport coming in now. Kova had no HP when he TP'd in, and it's a shutdown for Chimney.
Did he take turret shots? What was it? He TP'd in after the mid gank, and he's like, you know what? I want to donate. I want to feed the kids. And Comet, they were hungry, man. Chimney got another kill. He's 8-1 on the Varus at 13 minutes. The dude's got Bork and a whole nother item on this base, I'm sure.
While that's true, Shibby, remember what happened to that dragon fight? Targeted by the cease and desist and immediately blown up. So while he is very strong, he is certainly not safe.
He's not unstoppable by any means, right? Retry has a very good point and click, I'm going to take you out of the game button, and it's just the rest of Tamu to kind of capitalize on it. And Zarif on this Syndra, dutifully farming away. Roa still not built for Senator Kova here, and this is a very, very late one, right? Typically, Rises will be able to get their Roa at around the 10-minute mark or even 11 minutes, but he's not going to be able to start stacking it probably until 14. That's rough. That's 24 minutes. Or sorry, the 24-minute mark is when it's going to be fully stacked. That's a little late. I don't know how strong this Rise is going to be because he still needs to build towards that Seraph. Tamu have to drag this out quite a while before they're ready to fight with their mid laner.
I think they might be able to, though, is the thing. You can already see Rise does do, increasing damage as the game goes on. You can see how tanky he already is. The big issue is that right now, full control here for the Comets, at least on that bottom side. You can see they're kind of planning a sneak attack in that brush on the top side. From behind, we could see the Roots come out here. Teams jockeying for position, and the Dragon resets. Curtain Call going to come out, so is Call of Forge God. Call of Forge God is going to land on 2, but it doesn't matter. Paul is dead.
Oh!
This is on the back line. He gets onto the Varus. Varus forced to flash away. Jacks of Trades trying to do what he can, but look on the backside. No, it was a fake teleport. Chimney trying to kite it out. Low health bars for both sides. He's ignited but still alive. They engage onto Johnny and Johnny dies, but Chimney sidestepping deftly. Now he gets rooted up by Jacks of Trades, but they're out of the rest of the fight. Coke can't get close. Jacks of Trades is dead. Retchery with the re-engaged manages to get a second kill, but will be taken down by Chimney, who now has 11 kills.
They tried so hard. Retchery got the nice flash Q over the Dragon Pit to get the ultimate onto Chimney, but Zarif hits a nice, very nice scatter the weak onto the rest of Tamu. They couldn't follow up. Varus is allowed to free fire, and he's got lethal tempo racking away against this Tamu composition, and you saw they're just able to win these extended fights. I'm just surprised that Tamu was so intent on denying a Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by that too, to be honest. Paul, teleports here, no Call the Forge God available. It looks like the Comets are just ready to take this dragon because no buy. Now here comes the rest of the team. This could be disaster. Look at the engage. They found Chimney and take him down. Code is free firing and the rest of the team are mobbing some of the key members of the Comets as the Karma goes down, and now Paul going to be the next target, but will be able to waddle away.
They don't get the dragon, but they get a big shutdown onto Kova here. They took down Chimney, and I think you just go for this Herald. Mid lane turret's fine if you want to try to push that, but you've got a big window of opportunity to pick up this Herald and potentially drop it before this third dragon here. It is going to be the Chemtech rift for us. So it's going to be a little bit more importance from Tamu to potentially deny these, as there is a good amount of shielding, a good amount of healing on the side of the Comets, and they can make full use of these Chemtech dragons.
You know who else can make full use of it? Aatrox.
Oh, yeah.
Aatrox can do a lot with it, and a lot of these members who are a little bit tankier, especially, imagine if they get a soul later on. Obviously, Tamu would be in the driver's seat. And speaking of, teleport coming through.
The window's closed.
Yeah, going to stop that Herald, and this will be a very big Herald for the Comets here. Again, this is the second time we've seen a team pick up 6 grubs and no Rift Herald.
Yeah, they opted to use their move for mid lane tier 1 instead of the Herald, right?
Most useless start in the game.
Some would say. Some people would say it is the most useless start in the game. Some people would argue that it's not, and it opens up the vision line, blah, 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 blah. But Tamu tried to have their cake and eat it, and unfortunately, they can only have one. You cannot use your move for 2 different things unless different members are going for different things, right? Retchery didn't immediately beeline it to the Herald. He was hovering around mid, helping his team get that mid lane turret. After that, you have to reset because you cannot go for that Herald. And Comets recognize that. They bring the TPs in. They get the Herald for themselves. And right now, 17, 18 minutes in, Yanni, we have a completely even game between the teams. Something that I didn't think would happen given the Comets start early on.
Yeah, they looked so good early on, but back-to-back bungled fights at the Dragon. Like, you got the Dragon, right? But what did you lose for it? Potentially a lot of standing and maybe even the game itself.
Yeah, Seraph's on the rise, completed now. Just got to wait for that 8 more minutes here, and it should finally get stacked up. So it's not going to be until 26 minutes. Yeah, 26 minutes. I thought he was going to be able to pick it up at the 14-minute mark. He actually ended up fighting around that dragon that delayed it. And so he's got a while. Not that he's not strong by any means. You saw he can't put the damage down. But he's not going to be like fully there, fully ready. That machine gun rise AP damage. As he's on the wrong side of town.
Yeah, Kova just gets knocked up and he's getting blown up. Shutdown goes over to Chimney. Can they look for more good Gragas barrels? Jacks of Trades getting slowed up. Can the rest of the team catch up? Call the Forge God. It's going to hit Coat once, but only once. But was the slow enough? Oh, Coat to the wrong way! He's going to get rooted and he's going to die to the Gragas under the turret.
Huh? Huh?
That was funny. I'm not going to lie. Like I hate to be that guy, but that was hilarious. Johnny, drive it under the turret, man. What are we doing? No Twitch chatters. No,
some people don't.
Dwindlings.
Some people don't have licenses. They're blind. Zarif, though,
This is true. Yeah, Zarif does not have a license to be in this bot lane. And the narc, the cop known as Vi, certainly going to issue a ticket for that one.
Yeah, it's funny because the whole fight started with Kova being on the wrong side of the jungle, gets blasted into 4 members, and then we see Coat flash R. He must have fat fingered it, right? There's no way he was gonna flash out and then curtain call them under the turret. I think that would have been too risky. Good return, get something out from Tamu, right? They able to punish Zarif here. At least these teams are trying to trade. They're trying to take advantage of teams overloading one side of the map here. Still, after everything's said and done, Tamu and Comets, 500 gold separates these two teams. And if I'm the Rise team or I'm the Varus team, I think both of these guys are saying, this is going fine for us. We scale. We have on-hit Varus. We've got 3-item Rise cresting up pretty soon. There's one team fight could blow this game wide open. It's Baron on the menu here. Let's see where these teams decide to put their vision. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. Comets have the ability to get onto Soul Point here and force a 25-minute Soul, as now...
Here we go. Jin's the target. He's slowed up, has to get away, but Chimney is in a bit of a bad spot. Teleport coming in. That means Snake is going to arrive to the party. Has to kite it out at first, but is going to go in. Has the World Ender, and they catch the Varus. Chimney's in a lot of trouble. Chimney is so low, but the savior, known as Ornn, comes through with a big knockup. Here comes Call of the Forge God. He can't hit it, though, and he's going to die for it. And now from downtown, rifling the shots away. The 4th shot to Soma, and Snake sneaks in there. It's going to be a double kill for Kova, though.
Slithering around like Randy Orton. Oh, Nabisi almost goes down, but Snake on the Aatrox. World Ender. That's a Black Cleaver plus a couple bargain bin items, and he's doing that much to your team. Chimney not allowed to participate in that fight, had to turn tail and run, and they didn't get the kill, but they practically won that fight because he was not allowed to rifle away autos here. Tamu, retreat on this. Vi has been finding angle after angle after angle, and don't get me wrong, I know it's a point and click ability, but they know you're gonna come in, and him able to find those flanks to set his team up for these wins, he's been the difference maker in my opinion.
Yeah, and especially after that early start that he had, where, you know, stop his blue buff. Look at him now, is putting in so much work, is so far ahead of this. Gragas, 2 items completed, one that helps you do a little bit of damage and makes you tanky, and then, of course, Kanik Rukern, a fantastic pickup in this game. I don't know, Shibby, it's starting to look like that Tamu is starting to verge into the area of unkillable.
Uh-oh, retreat?
No, this should be okay. This should be okay. Well, we'll see. Retri is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go in. Nice dodge on the Gragas ultimate there. He's going to target the Gragas and waiting for this turret to go down. Snake helped me out here, but he said, nah, bro, that's all you. You got that. As they will trade a life for a turret.
Not my circus, not my monkeys, Snake says, right? He's like, all right, Retri, you ape of a jungle, you crazy man here, you go in there, you 1v4, I'm just going to take the bottom lane tier 1. They have spread the map out. Tamu are taking all the standing gold on the menu, and the Comets, you get a nice kill, but what was once 500 gold separating these two squads, you look at it now, it's nearly 4,000, and Tamu are in a pretty dominant position. Senator Kova, so far ahead, the strongest member on the side of Tamu here, and yeah, a lot of that gold for the Comets is sequestered onto the Varus, but Chimney, the burden might be too heavy because Tamu have the perfect composition to root him out, to get him caught, and the rest of Tamu can follow up. Who on the sides of Comets can do anything else? Zarif has been okay on the Syndra, but we haven't seen any crazy scatter of the weeks. We haven't seen him able to land anything onto the Vi or deny the Aatrox or burst out the Rise here. And you're going to tell me the Gragas and Ornn can pick up the slack? Chimney has just too much on his plate at the moment, and I don't think he can step up to this task simply because of Tamu's composition and how it's designed to keep him out.
Simply put, Shibby, take a look at the kill participation for the solo laners of the Comets. Take a look at the kill participation for the solo laners of Tamu. And you can see that these are not equal. I would venture to say Zarif has struggled Paul's impact has been pretty okay in fights. He had the nice save there onto Chimney in that last fight, but wasn't able to get off the call of the Forge God, wasn't engaging with it, and all of a sudden the Comets are really in a bad spot. And you talked about how strong Senator Kova is going to be. Guess what? 9 stacks of this Rod of Ages. He is the Senate.
Yeah, he is. And the thing is, Zarif, he's an item and a half. Senator Kova's sitting on 3 items, a death cap to round it all out. We talked about scaling. Who cares if the row is not fully stacked? His pockets are fully stacked. Man, he's got so much gold lining them. 3 items in. I feel like Tamu can just do what they please right now. 2.5 minutes coming up until this Baron, and 1:45 for this Dragon. If Comets, Yanni, even get this Chemtech Soul, is it enough? Is it enough to inch them over that gold deficit that's slowly but surely moving lower and lower, right? It's getting further and further out of reach this game, it feels, for the Comets.
You know, Shibby, I was going to ask you the same thing because I'm not quite sure. I really don't know because these champions on the side of the Comets, thinking about the Soul's effectiveness, that special ability you get below, what is it? I think it's below like 50 or 30%.
50%.
I honestly can't remember.
50%
50%.
HP.
You start getting that increased vamping damage. Well, who on this team's going to take advantage of it? Gragas certainly is, and he's full AP right now. Ornn's not going to do anything, right? They don't have a champion like an Aatrox, like a Ryze, that could really take advantage of it because they get tanky later on and provide such high damage. So I don't know if that's even a win con for the Comets. They may just be in, we need to get the soul so we can flip Elder or something like that.
I mean, even if they end up giving these dragons away, where's your scaling option? Because Chimney, look, he's 4 items in, don't get me wrong, but he just hasn't been able to rifle away autos, and you can kind of see how bad of a situation it is. If you take a look across the solo lanes, Ornn isn't even at 2 items tank-wise, right? Zarif just hit his 2nd item, and you've got mid lane cresting on 3 for Senator Kova. Snake is on 2. Jungle for Retri on 2 as well. He's a tank. He's going to go even beefier. He can stick into these fights and get multiple rotations of his spells off. So much of the responsibilities on Chimney, and he might just collapse.
Grasping Roots coming out. Looks like no further engagement from there, so that's a big cooldown burnt for the side of Tamu. But meanwhile, look who's on the backside. It's Vi who ends up getting over the wall. Now Paul's going to be the first target. He's taking a whole lot of damage. Let's see if Chimney can stay protected. And Vi always finds a way on top of the carries. It's a front-to-back fight, but there's no front left for the side of the Comets as they burn bright, but they burn out. Quadra kill for Cope.
Big ultimate coming out from Retri, finding his man, picking him up full court, whatever you want to say. Chimney was not allowed to breathe. He was suffocated every single moment. Get down, Mr. President, the Comets were trying to do, but they could not execute on this Secret Service detail. And Tamu, with that fight win, with the grubs in their pocket, are going to take this dub 2-0.
It was hard fought from the Comets early, but ultimately the scaling of Tamu, the team fighting of Tamu were too much for the Comets to handle. Congratulations to Tamu Maroon, because guess what, Shibby? They are still undefeated, and they have stolen the crown of Texas for right now.
Is it a crown or is it a belt? I feel like it's got to be a big belt, right?
Why isn't it a 10-gallon hat?
It's a 10-gallon hat, potentially. The boots.
Listen. It could definitely be a 10-gallon hat, right? I have my mother's cousin, right, from Texas. 10-gallon hat. First time I ever met him, 10-gallon hat, white curly mustache. That's just what they all look like in Texas. So I apologize. They don't have the crown. They do have the 10-gallon hat.
Yeah, they win the Civil War, and they get bragging rights. What did I say? If they see you in the mall, if I see you at the gamer cafe getting boba, getting food, I know you. I'm finding you. It's on site here. It's on site. I don't care if Austin is 2 hours away from Dallas. I'm going over to that city. I'm finding you.
Hey, listen, they might. Who knows? Make a day trip to Dallas or something like that. It's a pretty big city. I hate the Cowboys, but other than that, I'm sure Dallas does have some redeeming qualities.
Yeah, they've got Dak Prescott potentially.
No, they do. Yeah. They do have one redeeming quality. You know what that redeeming quality is?
What is it?
NECC Nationals is the redeeming quality. That'll happen at the beginning of May. And that is the biggest redeeming quality, yes. Thank you, Prod, for bailing me out on that one, because that's how you get the adverts in. Yeah, no fourth wall here. It has been completely broken, much like the hopes of the Comets, as, again, fought hard early. They had exactly what they wanted, right? They said, we're going to put everything in the chimney basket. And unfortunately, when you put things in the chimney, chimneys are meant to catch on fire. And the fire just couldn't be put out at that point, as Vi was just, oh man, that was some really good Vi play, especially being behind that early.
He picked him up full court. That's literally what it was.
Press.
Right. It was a full court press, right? It was just the moment the ball got inbounded, Vi was there, right? Vi's in your closet, under your bed, having dinner with your parents. They're everywhere. The chimney couldn't get away. It was unfortunate. I felt really bad for him because he had all this gold. I'm sure he's communicating to his team, I can carry this. I'm 4 items in. I'm the strongest member in the game, but they just couldn't protect him. Even with the karma, even with this front line, I felt like maybe there could have been some stuff with the explosive cast where you let the Vi come in and then you disrupt the rest of the team so that Vi gets isolated from her team. But it felt like any time Retri was going in, Tamu was right there, close enough to follow up. And even if they weren't, Senator Kova was TPing onto their backline with everybody. It's a rough game for the Comets. You would have loved to see more out of Zarif, potentially, out of this top lane pick on the Ornn, but there just wasn't someone else to carry or share that carry load here. And so Dallas, all the eggs in the chimney basket, unfortunately, all cracked here. And Tamu take the 2-0. They get the bragging rights. They stay undefeated. They're doing the Texas round robin. Do you think they stay undefeated, Yanni?
I don't know. They showed that they do have an exposable early game, but they're able to hang on just enough to be able to survive through that exposable early game, make it to the mid and late game, and take over from there. All of these players are very individually skilled, so it's just going to come down to a matter of team play. And let me tell you something, Tamu Maroon, they certainly played with their heads this game, and they got the win for it. So congratulations to them. Again, Shibby, to answer your question, I don't really know, but if there's a team that can do it, it's probably going to be Tamu Maroon.
Yeah, they looked very, very good here. My MVP was Retri. That guy just jungle gapped super hard, right? Very impressive. Even in game 1, right, on the Kindred, got the 7 stacks, was really good about ganking, was really good about the counter ganking, right? And just using their advantage. And we talked about in game 2, that a horrible start, 2-minute, 40-second blue, I think is what we called, was still able to be everywhere on the map, actually hit level 6 before Gragas.
Crazy.
Right? Even and it was because this Gragas spent so much time in that bottom lane, ganking consistently, wasn't rotating the camps. They used the level advantage. Senator Kova in the mid lane as well, doing a fantastic job. It's not fun being on Rise duty.
Honorary
right?
MVP.
It's not fun being on Rise duty, but hey, somebody's got to do it. And he just hard carried a lot of those fights when he was 3 items with the Roa, with the Seraphs, with the Rabadon's Death Cap. But that was really good. That was a fun series. Yanni, Tamu, take it. I had a lot of fun. It was back and forth, close as could be for these two teams. And I mean, I'd love to cast more of these guys, right? I'd love to see more of Tamu and the Comets. I think these guys are fantastic, fantastic players and very exciting to say, at least. Very exciting.
Yeah, 2 very strong teams, individually skilled players. And, you wanted to say gold star to Senator Kova, right? Obviously earned it, had a pretty good game. But of course, as you mentioned prior, Retri, the MVP. I mean, early on, right? It was, hey, Santa's coming down the chimney, giving me some presents. It's great. And then Vi started coming down the chimney. And then it became a problem. So kudos to the side of Tamu Maroon. But that will be it for us here in the NECC action tonight. But if you would like some more NECC action, please, we got some Overwatch tomorrow. Bullskunk, Chef Billy, Sam Talks, 2 Try Hard Right, all going to be there on the call. We got Rocket League. Very exciting game. I love me some Rocket League on Friday. Hail Monkey Man, Fiat, and FBI Tugboat going to be on the call. If you want to know more about us, go to necc.gg, get some more info on what we are doing. Go ahead and follow us on Twitter, and that'll be it for us here tonight. So for myself, for my co-caster Shibby, for BBBB, and Rare Adam behind the glass, thank you all so much for being with us here tonight. We hope you enjoyed, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more NECC action.